tentative budget meeting. The time is now 6:39 p.m. At this time, we would like you to stand for a moment of silence, followed by the pledge of allegiance. We ask that you keep all of our seniors in your thoughts and prayers this week as they get ready to start on their new journey. Now the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We are now on item number 1 and item number 2.
Would we want to, this is just a thought, move the internal board business up first so that our speaker doesn't have to sit through all the board business? 10 and 11.
I mean, I've got the agenda, so it's whatever you all want to do.
Could be a lengthy discussion on 8, 9. We usually don't do anything very quickly. To be honest.
I don't have a problem with it.
So we're moving 10 and 11 up under public comments now.
I was just thinking it would give her the opportunity to speak, and then she could leave since, instead of hanging out in here, but it's whatever. Because parts of this look lengthy to me.
I think they're, I think the request is for internal board business to be under public comments before student support services.
And there's 2 of the board members, correct?
Yeah.
Yes. Any more changes? Anyone would like to make a motion?
I make a motion to adopt the amended agenda.
I'll second.
Motion by Ms. Constein, second by Ms. Richardson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Public comments? None. All right, so we are now on item number 10. We're now item number 3.
3.
So, review and approve contract with KSA Facilitator Services. Ron Thomas.
So after we selected CASA as the facilitator, I requested a copy of a contract, and I sent that to you. It basically was the pay sheet and just a single confidentiality paragraph. It had no objective
terms, know anything, so I called a couple of my friends who I had talked with at the KSBA meeting. Also, looked at a number of contracts that were out there. And one of the things that it said is that you have to, for these superintendent searches, they would request or encourage you to be very specific so that you have an objective standard. So that, and for instance, a term for there should be 2 pages, ladies.
Yes.
But to pick a term, how long is this going to go? We know it's going to be going until we pick a superintendent, but what is that time frame? And don't say within a reasonable time, because what we all have, everybody in here can have a reasonable. So I need some guidance from you all, how long you want these to go in some of these provisions, just like how often do you want this group to, if you look through there, the term, we'll need to know the term. We know the cost is, but Ms. Considine had a question specifically about the platinum and what the option for desired qualities questions was, which we would need to kind of vet out. The non-solicitation provision for not allowing a hire. I actually had an attorney said, we hired a group, they hired our superintendent, the next county over had a superintendent position, came over, and the same group that hired our person came back and hired our person away from us and to the next one. So they got paid twice for hiring the same person. So, we want to make sure that that's not in there. When do you want it to start? How often do you want the screening committees to meet? How often do you want them to meet with the Board of Education? How often do you want to issue reports? Do you want them weekly, monthly? How will the reports be done? We had a presentation that was all in person or all virtual, and he had said that they would be virtual.
Can I interrupt you just a
You
moment?
sure can.
Would you happen to have any of this information?
That's actually what I have to do tonight.
Okay.
Okay,
Is
well-
set the timeline and those kinds of things with you.
Well, the
Okay.
scope of the search, but those things that need to be in the contract, not just in a presentation. And I specifically asked CASA, where's your contract, and they don't have one. How are you going to advertise a position? And you all get to dictate all this. How do you want it advertised? There have been discussions earlier that you wanted to have a nationwide search and not just limited to Kentucky. What type of advertising media are you going to use? When do you want to close the applications? How many candidates are going to go finally to the screening committee to be broken down? A lot of individuals I've talked to said you want qualifications. Do you want a facilities person, an academic person? What are the weaknesses in your district that you all want to focus on? How are we going to have a contact person? What's that method of contact? When is contact going to be if you all need to communicate? Insurance. I had one for an indemnification. A superintendent search was conducted. They didn't conduct background checks, and they hired somebody who had a criminal background involving former abuse of a child. And that superintendent was their superintendent. So, what kind of background checks, indemnifications? So those are all things that that need to be in this contract. Are they going to do background checks? Who's going to pay for those expenses? There was discussion about an interim superintendent. CASA said that they can give us some, but they didn't give us any specifics. Where would those be pulled from? And then, we've got an on-site finalist showcase, but there's no descriptions on how you all want that to be done. So those are all things that need to be in a contract that we would need to sign with CASA. And, given what we had been presented, it was just inadequate. All it was just a confidentiality, but there were no terms and no objective information to use. So that's the information I think that you all need to decide what you want so that we can actually get the contract so that we can get it signed.
So my question is, because I think I'm confused. Who's supposed to do the contract? Us?
They
Or CASA?
should have provided a contract. Everybody else that I've dealt with said that they were provided a contract. We have not. So when I called them, they said, here's our contract and this is all we've got. And I got a follow-up email that I had sent, and there was they had no other contracts, because I specifically said, is this all you work for? Do you all have a contract? And they said, we don't have a contract. And that was Owens.
But you don't do the contract, right? That goes to,
Actually, after you sign that, I sign a contract saying these are the things that I'm going to do. Tonight, what I was going to do, what I have to do with you is the board orientation, which sets all of the things that he's just mentioned. The timeline, the posting, those kinds of things.
Okay.
So you'll go over
I'll
that
go
stuff
over,
with us, and
yes.
from that, we can form the contract.
So are you comfortable doing that before a contract is signed?
I'm totally fine with that. I mean, I know you're going to have to get on this if you're going to have an aggressive search, you're going to have to get on this, which is part of what this timeline is.
Right.
So I would think that CASA always feels like that the district is going to ask, are going to act on their best behalf. Am I correct?
That's correct. And then the contract that I get says that I'll do all of these things
Okay.
that he's just mentioned.
Right, well, I mean, because I got confused too with the first email, and I was like, okay, so are we working with him, her?
Well, he's the program coordinator.
Okay, so the contract will actually come through you though?
Well,
So
you
it'll come
sign
through the
con-
organization.
You
Right,
sign
it comes through the
contract with
organization,
CASA,
but
and
it-
CASA gives me the walking orders, if you will.
Okay.
And I sign that, and I'm held responsible for that.
Okay.
So are you gonna be leading the search or
I
someone
am.
else applying?
No, I am.
And we should have asked this last time. How many searches have you led?
This is my second one this year.
So there was, before this year, you've had more than two.
And I was still working, that's correct.
Oh, you was working.
She's ex-superintendent from
Superintendent,
Jasmine County.
correct, yes.
So for number 10, which is actually now number 1.
No, it's now number 3.
It's number three.
Oh, that's right, 3.
I think you're gonna have to swap around number 3.
That's what I was gonna
forward,
say. Are we gonna need to move?
And let
some-
her talk, and
Yes.
then get before you're gonna get your contract. Is that possible?
Yeah.
You can do that?
That's fine. I mean, we can present them both and then discuss them both.
Okay.
Yes.
Just if you don't mind to. Thank you again very much for allowing KSA to help you with your search. And again, I want to reiterate what I said last week. I'm here to work for you. So everything that we do tonight is based upon what you want for your work. So you're going to tell me what it is that you want to do, and I'm going to carry that out on your behalf. So the first thing I want to do is, just if you'll go to the third slide, that's just a little bit more about me. This is really, really small, and I apologize for that. I didn't realize it was going to be so small. But the first thing that we have to do tonight through the board orientation is set a timeline. And this is really important to be the first thing that we do. Oh, thank you so very much. Based on the timing of this, you had mentioned an interim. We didn't go there last week, so I'm not exactly sure what it is that you want to do. I'm going to go from the standpoint that you do not want to have an interim first and have an extended search, that we're going to be aggressive with this search and that we're going to get it done. So that's what you'll see to begin with the beginning of this. If you'll notice that tonight what I hope to do is to be able to establish a timeline and get your approval on the job posting. Then what we will do, I will get that posted on the KDE website. I've actually already sent a draft of that to Scarlett so that she could get that on the KDE website. Then it becomes real. It becomes the very first thing that the timeline, the clock starts for that. It'll also go on our website. It'll go on your website as well. From that point, we will get the community survey link that will go on your district website to all of your schools. So your community will have the opportunity to tell you what it is that they hope that you'll be considering when they look at qualities and attributes for your next superintendent. I'd already started to work with Arlene, as we do not have a minority representative at this time. We've already started on the website and on the school sites asking for nominations for a minority rep. We have not gotten a lot, I don't think, and that's very typical, actually. But that minority selection point will stop on the 26th, I believe it is, and then we'll hold a minority election on the 2nd so that we can go ahead and get that screening committee rounded out. This community survey usually is open around a week to 10 days, so that would close out on the 7th. That would start then the time working with you. On the 14th of June, I would meet with the have an orientation with the screening committee. That's when I would tell them their roles and responsibility. That's when I would remind them that they are not choosing the superintendent. They are your legs and your arms and your eyes and your ears. They are going to do the legwork for you, and then they're going to bring back the number of candidates that you wish to see, however many you decide that you want to be, from that point on. So we'll receive the applications and they'll start the work. They'll also sign a confidentiality agreement, and that just states that everything that we say and we do and we read and we hear in the work of the screening committee is confidential, because we are working with the lives of people who are making a commitment to Clark County schools. That evening, I'll ask that we have a special called board meeting. We'll review the survey results. You will see what your community has said. I will rank order them for you, so you'll get all of that data. Then you have the opportunity to add qualities and attributes that you want the superintendent to have. I will put those in a format, and I will get that to your screening committee at the very first time that we meet. So that is their rubric. That's what they're going to be judging every application against, will be those qualities. You will also designate the number of applicants that you expect to interview. Most 3 to 5 usually is what a typical selection would be. But you'll tell me that. You'll say, this is how many we want you to bring forward. At that point, I'll remind you, like I'm going to tell you tonight, you do not have to take any of the recommendations that come from the screening committee. When June 25th comes and at noon that application process closes, I will get a link that will have every one of the applicants listed in that link. I will get that out to Arlene, who will be making some hard copies for the screening committee. I will also, after the screening committee meets, get that to you, so that you will have all of the applicants in their raw form. So as they come to you in an application format, you will get that. That provides you the opportunity to, one, see the people that have been out there that are interested in Clark County. Also gives you an opportunity to read through them and decide if there's someone that you specifically want to see. If that person doesn't make that 3 to 5 cut that is coming from your screening committee, you are totally within your preview to say, I want to see that application. I want you to vet that application for us. So again, the screening committee will hear me say again that they are not selecting the superintendent. You are selecting the superintendent. So you will have access to all of that information. On the 6th of July, the screening committee will meet to review the applications, and they'll review all of them. They'll read through every one of them. And again, they will have a rating format, and they will rate those candidates against the rubric, which is those attributes and qualities that will come from you and come from the community. The week of the 12th of July, we will meet again. I give them 1 week to vet each of those applicants. So typically what we'll do, say we have 20 applications, we will narrow those down to maybe as many as 10. And then from that 10, we will conduct those screening pieces. We'll check references, we'll talk through with the candidates. So all of those things happen within the screening committee that week. Then we'll meet back again together on the 12th, and during that time, we will rate those applicants, and then we will cull them down to that 3 to 5, or how many ever that you wish to receive, and then we will rank them. At the end of that period of time, there will be a formalized letter that the chair and every member of the screening committee will sign, saying that this is our recommendation based upon the screening committee's work. And then I need to meet with you that night on the 12th, and you will receive those recommendations. That's the time that you will decide, I want to see more, I want to see fewer, I don't want to see this person, I don't want to interview this person, I want to interview this person. These are the kinds of things that happen during that meeting. Then also, if you so desire, I can help you with those interview questions that align with the attributes and the qualities that you will design. And then it'll be up to you to set your interview dates, how aggressive you want to be with that. When you have decided that you are ready to move forward with finalists, the finalists will be given a Gallup Strength Finder. And that's just another leadership survey, a poll, if you will, and it will just delineate specifically the leadership qualities of that particular candidate. So there'll be strengths. Some strengths will be managerial, some strengths will be relational, and you'll be able to see that. So at the end of that, the 16th, I will send you a link, and that will have everything that you need to know about those particular finalists. At that particular time, then you will have your interviews during the week of the 19th through the 30th, following up as needed. If you decide you need a second or a third round of interviews, you'll have the opportunity to do that. Should you decide to do a showcase, we'll talk through what it is that you want to do. Do you want to bring them in for a half day? Do you want them to visit? Do you want to have a forum? Do you want your community to come in and ask questions? What is it that exactly you want to do with that? Then you'll have your contract negotiations. That's when the person that you deem your superintendent-elect, your finalist, will meet with our attorney, which is Wayne Young from KSA. Your board attorney will direct you with the contract here, and then the three of you, the board attorney, the KSA attorney, and the finalist, the superintendent-elect, will work through that contract negotiations. During that period of time, if those things go as smoothly as I would hope they would, somewhere between the week of August the 2nd and the 13th, you would be prepared to have a special call business meeting to announce your new superintendent. Okay? If you go to the next slide, please. This is an example that I prepared for you. Again, this is just a draft. None of this is formalized until you tell me it's formalized. But this is what your typical posting, your typical job posting looks like. And again, if you can make that just about as big as you can. Again, I didn't realize it was going to be so small. I'll read this to you. It just says applications are due on the 25th of 2021 by 12 p.m. Clark County Schools P through 12 with a student enrollment of 5,475. Contract begins July 1, 2021. And again, we know that you're not going to meet that deadline, but that makes you have a parameter. That's your typical start for your school year. You can always adjust up or back, that sort of thing. But for all intents and purposes, I put the first on there. And then I have your district website. The Clark County Board of Education, Winchester, Kentucky, is seeking a highly skilled leader to become the district's next superintendent. She must be student-centered, have expertise with effective teaching, learning, and assessment practices, and must demonstrate an understanding of all facets of the superintendent's role, including school finance, personnel law, healthy and safe school environments, and the ability to effectively delegate authority. In addition, this individual must demonstrate excellent communication skills and ability to bring people together to serve the children and families of Clark County. Clark County Schools, located in the beautiful Bluegrass region of Kentucky, serves 5,475 students in preschool through 12th grade. The district is comprised of 9 schools: Clark County Preschool, Strode Station Elementary, Share Elementary, Justice Elementary, Concrete Elementary, Baker Intermediate, Campbell Junior High, Phoenix Academy, GRC High School, and the Area Technology Center. Clark County is a beautiful community surrounded by the rolling hills, historic sites, and is home to the Winchester campus of Bluegrass Community and Technical College. Clark County is part of the Lexington-Fayette, Kentucky metropolitan area, providing multiple entertainment and recreational opportunities. And then the fact that I'm leading the search and my contact information is there. So what I need from you tonight is approval of the timeline, the draft timeline, and approval of the draft job posting so that we can get that started and get the clock ticking on receiving those applications. So do you have any questions before I go any further?
I have a question.
Sure.
So let's say that we follow the timeline
Yes.
and we receive few applicants.
Yes.
I mean, it's a possibility.
Yes. Yes.
At that point, could we then determine an interim?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Again, this is your search. So if at any point you see we're going to be running into an area that we didn't expect, absolutely, absolutely. And again, by the 25th, I'll know.
Right.
I'll know how many we're going to have. Again, we have a lot of folks who are looking for superintendencies. I had 20 applicants for Mercer.
So you think it's feasible that we could find somebody?
I've already had people contact me,
Oh, okay.
yes.
So there's gonna be a gap where we won't have a superintendent.
That's what, that was my next.
That is
question.
correct. That is correct.
Wouldn't it be,
You have a couple of options there.
Okay.
You can appoint, yes, an interim superintendent for the duration of the search. That is correct. Or because there's not a lot that goes on typically in the month of July, if you have someone who can sign checks, usually it's your school finance director, that's usually the kinds of things that can happen. But that's, again, totally up to you.
I mean, on the agenda tonight, there's, you know, summer projects and
Yes.
other things that will be going on.
Yes.
I'm just wondering if we really, would we need someone in that position for a temporary period of time? I mean, I don't know. I'm asking.
Your guidance.
Yeah.
It's typical, I'll tell you that, it's typical.
to have a gap?
It is typical to have an interim.
Okay.
Yes, if you see that you're going to run past July 1, I think that's very typical to do that. Honestly, that happened to me in Jesmond, and they appointed someone in-house just to cover the month gap until we got a contract negotiated, yeah. So again, that's probably real typical. But again, that's totally up to you. And that really has nothing to do with the search. That's just
Right.
keeping your district running.
Right.
Yeah.
You don't want to have a gap.
That's correct. The only thing that you would have to decide at that point is if you would be willing to allow someone who is acting interim to apply for the full-time position. That's the decision you'd have to make. Would you do that? And again, that's your decision. You have a lot of decisions to make.
I noticed on your timetable, and I like the detail, everything you put on there. You had a couple of meetings where you're going to meet with the screening committee and then meet with the board.
Correct.
On the same day.
Correct.
So, I don't know if there's going to be a conflict with people on that committee working during the day. So is there a way you could split it where you can meet with the screening committee one day and then the board the following day?
I
or
can.
something like that?
I can absolutely do that, or I can meet with them at 5 o'clock and meet with you all at 6:30.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I don't know
Yeah.
how long does those?
The orientation doesn't take
Okay.
very long. What takes the time is the work session.
Okay.
The screening, usually, in all honesty, it takes at least 4 hours.
Okay.
Yeah. And
So
it
that
can
might
go
be
as long as
split
6.
up.
Yeah, yeah. And
Okay.
again, if you'll notice on the timeline, if you don't care to put the timeline back up there,
think we
I
can.
stayed.
got a
Okay, you got a copy of it, good. Thank you, Arlene. I stayed away from the week of the July 4th, just simply because that's when everybody usually takes a holiday. If there's a factory, people, close down and that sort of thing. So I didn't want to give too much time in between the time that we met to receive the applications and to vet the applications, because you can forget a lot of things in a 2-week period of time. So that's why you'll see on July 6th, for instance, when we meet to review the applications, that would be a long meeting. So that we're looking at probably at least a half day, or if we do evening, it would be like 5 to 9 or 6 to 10, something like that, yeah. And then the same thing on the 12th. That's not quite as long a meeting, but that's when everyone is sharing out the information. So we don't want to rush people. We want to make sure that they have enough time to say, this is what reference A said about candidate A. And so we have a lot to do. It's not quite as much work that day, but it is a long day. And again, the timeline for that, Mr. Talby, is just the fact that I wanted to give you all as much time as you needed on getting the interview process done. So again, we can split that time up if you so choose. But typically, that's what I would do. I would meet with I'd do the orientation, then come back and meet with you all. And again, the special call board meeting on the 14th, that is a closed session, just simply because it's confidential what you would want your candidate to possess. So you wouldn't want to tip anybody's hand, if you will, about the kinds of things you're looking for. And then same with the special call meeting on the 12th. That would be a executive work session. You're going to be receiving the applicants, deciding if this is who you want to interview or if there's others you want to interview. And then how are you going to do your interview itself and then set those interviews.
Is 30 days a typical
It is.
posting
That's correct.
for superintendent?
That is correct. Yes.
Do you just advertise on our district website
No.
in here? Okay.
No, and that was actually one of the other slides I was going to show you. KSA has a listserv that is attached to AASA, which is a national administrative site. So we are connected to them. We have a social media guru at the office that takes care of all of that. It's not uncommon to get people from out of state who want to come. Yeah, honestly, Clark County is very attractive. It's an attractive part of Kentucky. And quite frankly, you have a wonderful reputation for instructional support. You have a great reputation for high-quality schools and staff. So it's very attractive. I won't be surprised at all if we get, one, a lot of applicants, and two, folks who are coming from out of state.
So if we, say we go through this whole process and we get to file list, and we want finalists, and, you know, so the search has to be extended, just say the search has to be extended. Is that an additional fee?
No,
Okay.
I'm not done until you sign the contract and I come back and congratulate you.
Okay, okay.
So if that takes us a month and a half, if it takes us 3 months,
Okay.
yeah, I'm with you through the duration. And again, it's your search, so I'm working for you and with you. So if at any point you say, that's not the way we want this to go, then we stop and we'll go back and reboot.
You mentioned Mr. Young gets involved too, one Young.
He's our superintendent, he's our attorney,
You're-
that's
right,
correct.
So he
yes.
comes involved on your end, our end, or the what end does he?
Yeah, well, he reviews the contract from the superintendent's perspective.
Okay.
He typically can also work with the board's attorney, and that happened with the last Mercer search, just because there's a lot of camaraderie. I'm
Right.
sure your board attorney knows Wayne very well. So, yeah. So
Okay.
it's just a matter of, he reviews that just to say, is there anything else we need to be aware of?
But he represents the superintendent.
That is correct. That is
He
correct.
represents you all, and then he represents the superintendent.
That's correct. And you
But you're-
represent the
that's right,
board.
But you're working
Correct.
for this board.
That is correct. That is correct.
I trust Wayne.
Yes.
I don't know.
He's been around a long, long time. He would love me saying that. He's been around
He
a long
won't be
time.
representing.
No.
No, that is
Brian's
correct.
representing us.
Right.
That's correct. Your board attorney represents you. That's correct.
I don't see it to be a conflict personally.
Me either.
Not at all.
I would think Ms. Young's worked with, do you feel like it's a conflict?
No, I mean, I'm
You
working
asked
for Wayne.
me, Brian.
No, Brian.
I was gonna say, that's not my
No.
job, it's Brian's.
Okay.
I'm just making sure everybody's rolling. I just want
Right.
to make sure we're all clear. Yeah.
Right, right.
So I think a lot of the dates you listed here answers
A lot of our
questions on
yeah.
Brian's timetable. I'm just trying to go through here and see what may and not.
Probably the only thing is the showcase. And you don't have to decide on that tonight. That is an add-on.
Right.
You don't have to decide on that tonight. But midway through June, we're gonna have to decide on it.
Right.
Yeah.
Because it's gonna take some coordination on everybody's part to decide how you wanna do that. Do you want someone to show him around or her around? Do you all want a forum? You know, those kinds of things you're gonna have to make a decision on. You don't have to do that tonight. And you don't have to decide if you want to add on the interview questions tonight either. You can do that later as well.
So I did make a note here, and I don't want to default just to Arlene. So, and I know we kind of defaulted to you, but are you willing to like be the point person or for all, you know, because I know we need a point person.
Yeah, she became the point
She
person.
kind of became
Never
the
asked
point
after. She
person.
said no, she didn't want to be the point person.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
Yeah.
didn't realize that. It's typical that it's the administrative assistant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
There's-
would you prefer not to? Because if you do not want to, don't feel like you can't say no. We'll find somebody else.
It's okay.
I just wanted to ask.
Thank you.
Thanks.
There's not very much that she would be responsible for, except just the things that I can't do, like get things on your website, set a room up, decide if we're gonna have a meal, those kinds of things. Those are typical things that I would ask her to help me. I promise to not tax her too much.
Well, she gets,
I'll help until June 30th.
Right.
Okay,
With
okay.
everything. I'm happy to help with everything.
Okay, I just didn't want to
That's my
talk
middle
to,
name.
I didn't want to talk to, I didn't want to speak for any.
I'm
Don't anybody
glad-
think
I'll
of it.
help Arlene and I are a great team.
Okay.
Are you Scarlett, by the way?
Hello.
Thank
Nice to
you.
put a face with a name. Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah,
So, I mean, with your timeline, you're looking to possibly have superintendent in place before school starts.
that's correct. And that's what I said, I wanted it to be aggressive. If that's what you want, I can do that. And again, I have been contacted by folks that I consider very qualified, individuals who are already asking about when the posting is going up. So that's something that they'll want to do real quickly. And again, most often, if there's an issue with getting out of a contract or that sort of thing, that happens in July 1. Usually, most superintendents or most boards would be amicable to those kinds of things, so I'm not worried about that. But it is something I'll ask.
Sure.
Something I will ask. You know, if you are under contract, will you have any problems getting out from under? I won't bring somebody to you that you'll get to that final point and they'll say, oh, wait a minute, I need to call somebody and check. That's not going
That
to
could
happen.
be an issue, couldn't
It could be an issue. That is correct. That is correct.
But the, you know, with the timing that we have.
That is correct. And again, most often, for instance, if it's a deputy superintendent or an instructional supervisor, someone who is under the superintendent, they'll typically let them know because they're going to ask them to be a reference. So they'll advise them, you know, I want you to know I'm going to be interviewing for, blah, 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 applying for. So they understand that. And they want them to be happy, so they'll want them to work where it is they want to work.
So, the timetable you put together, I'm assuming all the meetings will be in person.
That's correct. I'll be here. That
Okay.
is correct. That is correct. And as soon as I get your minority rep, I will reach out to the complete committee and give them your timeline that you approved tonight, because again, this is draft until you tell me otherwise. Let them know that these are the times that we're going to meet and how we'll meet and where we'll meet. Arlene and Scarlett can help me decide, you know, where we're going to meet here and that sort of thing, and then we're going to get to work. But the time of getting it posted, getting your survey out, that is of the most importance right now. That starts your clock.
And do you know who you send that survey to? Is it to, do you have certain people?
I will send it to Arlene, and she will put it on the district, you're talking about the quality survey. It will go on your district website, and it will go to all of your schools.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I will,
this is growing over there.
it's just a link, it's just a link.
Gotcha.
And then the link comes to our server, and then I get all that, and then I do all of the culmination of the information, that sort of thing. It's just a matter of posting the link. And then you'll want to put it in the newspaper. I'm sure Randy's going to want to put it in the newspaper, so that you want as much input from your community as possible. So I'll have a little PR that I can send out, a little public release that I can send out to him.
I like the timetable, I still think we're going to need an interim superintendent for 60 days till the end of August. That gives, if the timetable works out,
Yes.
that gives 2 weeks of overlap so they can kind of transition.
I agree.
It gives you a lot of wiggle room in the event that you get to the end of it and there's nobody that you like, or there's somebody else you want me to vet, or whatever. So it gives you a little bit of wiggle room for that.
So as far as the interim superintendent, is there like a contract that,
Yes.
is there a contract for the interim superintendent?
Yes, he would have to deal with that, yes,
So
yes.
we could put like, you know, minimum of 60 days, it could be extended based on circumstances or something like that.
And I'm sure you've done that before.
You can do it
Yeah.
30 days,
Yeah.
just renew it after each 30.
Yeah, yeah. But the only thing you have to decide is, would you allow them to be a candidate? That's the only other thing you have to decide.
Yeah. Do we have to decide that tonight?
You do not.
Okay.
So we've got a little bit of time.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, you know, of course, applications close on the 25th, but even maybe at our special work session, we might discuss some things at that point.
Absolutely, you could. Absolutely. That'll give you a better feel.
Feel of where we
Right,
are.
Right, because
in the
I'll be
process.
able to give you a good feel for where I think you are application-wise. Because they're gonna come in quickly. I know that. They'll come in quickly.
So these work session days for the board, are they set in stone, or do we need to check those and make sure everybody's good on those days?
They are not set in stone. This is your timeline.
Right.
Yes. I tried to work around, I thought maybe, do you not have a work session on the 14th?
We may.
I think I saw that. I think I saw that. The 12th of July. No, okay, okay,
The next regular meeting is scheduled for June 21st, is the only thing.
Okay.
okay.
So that's the week before.
Yeah.
And I could easily do that. I could easily meet on the 21st instead of the 14th. I could-
No, your days may be fine, they just need, we just
Okay.
need to look at the calendars to
Okay.
make sure.
Okay. I know with summer, it's hard to do, but I can easily do that. Because it's just a matter of getting you the qualities and you all talking through what it is you want and if you want to add to those and then designate the number. Because at that point, the applications will just be ready to close that Friday. If that's a Monday, I believe it is a Monday.
Well, we wouldn't want to move that work session to the 21st. No, because that'd be way too much.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
I'm not saying that, I was just making sure the 14th was actually okay, everybody will be in town and.
Yeah. I'm
I don't
okay.
plan on
I'm
going
okay with
anywhere.
14.
Yeah.
This is
Just
pretty
saying for it
important.
being a special meeting, everybody needs to check the calendar.
And it won't be terribly
be in the
long,
summer.
usually about an hour.
Yeah.
Usually about an hour is all
Yeah.
that is.
It's important.
Yeah, I'm good. And then the other one.
The one on the 12th,
The 12th.
that's probably the most critical one,
Yes.
because that's the night you're going to receive the recommendations, decide what you're going to do with them. Are you going to accept them, or are you going to add, delete?
I'm on vacation that week, but I'm not going anywhere, so I'm good.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm not going anywhere. Except here.
Except staycation.
Vacation.
So, am I hearing then that you are approving the job posting, so I can get that out tomorrow, and the timeline?
Do we need a motion?
You do,
Okay.
please.
I'll make the motion to approve the timeline and the job posting from KASA for the superintendent search.
Can I say,
Sure.
just approve the preliminary timeline, in case we need to change it?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Okay.
It,
Is that okay?
yeah, it's a work in progress at this
Fluid.
point.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is fluid,
Yeah.
yes. I just need a starting point.
Yes.
So we're changing that to preliminary?
Preliminary.
Preliminary, yeah, to get started.
Because you haven't really, you will find out more from the screening committee
Correct.
schedule.
That's
wise,
correct.
so.
That's correct.
That was
I'll
shared.
second that.
Okay. Motion by Ms. Richardson, second by Mr. Trawley. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Awesome. You have my email address, you have my telephone number. I am really at your beck and call 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. I mean that. So I always have my phone with me, so I always have my email open, my phone's always with me, and I will get started on this, get the job posted, and be reporting back to you regularly as per the timeline, the courses that we're taking. I'm excited about working with you, and I'm going to bring you the very best candidates that I possibly can. Thank you. Uh-huh.
Okay, right before you go, you're gonna get with them on,
I've already sent Owen to.
okay. But you still don't have a contract. That might be important, you might want that.
Mr. Thomas, you got everything?
I've got everything here, and I've already sent Owens an email.
Oh, okay.
So what, on number 10, we just need to table that, or what do you?
No, I've got all the information I need now, so I'll go ahead and get the contract based upon the information she provided. Because I think
Okay.
most of what we ask is in here, so,
That's fine, but we don't have anything to approve, so.
you can just pass that, and I'll do it.
Okay, right, before you go, you gonna get with them on,
I'll, I'll get with them.
okay, so what, on number 10, we just need to table that, or what do you?
I'll go ahead and get the contract based upon the information she provided. Because I think most of what we ask is in here, so. if you all want to approve the contract with those terms and conditions that are set forth on her presentation, we can do that, and I will include that information on there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll make that motion to approve the contract based on Ms. Field's presentation and information provided at the meeting tonight.
Motion by Mr. Todd,
I'll second
second by Ms. Hendricks. All those in favor say aye.
that.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
No, I'll get it done.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so now we're on, what was item
Number
number?
5.
Yeah. Consider adoption of the 2021-2022 tentative budget. Oh, sorry. You're back on. Sorry.
Hi.
You said go ahead. You said just kind of go ahead.
Okay, so tentative budget, we have way better news at this session than we did in January when we talked the draft budget. We've had a lot of moving parts since January. So has everyone had a chance to kind of look through the PowerPoint? Are there any specifics you want to talk about, or you just want me to hit the high points and?
You just did something.
Okay. So fantastic news is that the draft budget, we were sitting at roughly a $54 million budget. And we have been able to infuse some revenue sources, and we are sitting at $63 million now. And so a lot of those changes have to do with our beginning balance. So that's $4.3 million more in revenue, 3.5 of it being our beginning balance. We are estimating that we're going to have at least $1 million left over from where we budgeted this year that we're going to get to roll forward next year. And then just last week, we stood here and talked about the indirect costs, $2.5 million. So that is going to be in our beginning balance, starting with that entry that gets made at the end of this year. Also, SEEK, we got the news that we are going to be full-day kindergarten funded, whereas we are typically half-day funded, which is great news for us as we have a full-day kindergarten program. There are schools that do have half-day since they're only funded on half-day, but Clark County has always had a full-day. And so now we will get funded on that. That was an additional $692,000 in SEEK. So that was big news, wonderful news for every district.
Alicia, is that just for 1 year?
Right now, that is my understanding.
The intent is to fund it.
Is to try to find.
Try to fund it. It's dependent on the state budget if it gets funded every year. We'll have to wait that budgeting cycle every year at the
Don't
state
count
level.
on it, right?
Yeah.
It's a bargaining chip this year to
To
get
get
the House
it.
Bill 128, or 583, it's a bargaining chip, I don't know what
It was in that? That was part of Bill 128?
They used it
Is it used as
as a
leverage?
bargaining chip
To get it
we'll
to
pass
pass.
this, we pass it.
I included on your desk there, news ever-changing. I had already submitted the budget, and then KDE came out with what our forecast SEEK is, which is what we will start the first 3 months of next school year with, and then they'll do a revision of that, tentative, and then a final. But what we will start with is actually going to be higher than what we had initially estimated. So I put that in front of you so you could see that that will change at our working budget level possibly. It was not in this tentative level, but there's another $264,000 in SEEK based on our December 1 counts, and there's an adjustment to the transportation budget, which we never know what that is until they really declare it for us on our behalf. Unprorated, if they gave us 100% of what we should get for transportation, would be $2.9 million, but we're only funded at $1.6 million. Every district is only funded roughly that 60%. So that number changed a little bit, and then, so I just kind of laid that out to show you tentative, what you all are looking at in the tentative budget, and then what the forecast just came out. So actually, we have another $264,000 to go into the budget based on that change that I literally just found out this morning. So, good news there as well. So our revenue sources are up, which is fantastic news. And so with that being said, we sat down and had our meetings with all of our schools and departments and kind of, because at the draft level, we were in crisis mode. We were trying to cut our budget and get us back balanced and staffing allocations and all of that. And so we just kind of like went through it and just bare bones put in there what we had to have to operate and based on the staff, keeping the staff the same. And so with that, there were several areas that kind of lost some expenditures. And when we sat down to the table and we talked what they really need to operate and ideas they have going forward for next year, and knowing that we had more revenue sources now than we did at the draft level, we put together kind of a new expenditure budget. So the next several slides within this PowerPoint of those expenditures is laying out the differences from the draft to the tentative of what has changed. The biggest being the salaries, which we had already talked about, that we were this year, since we had the CARES money, we were going to put portions of our staffing allocation over there to help our budget. And we went ahead and did that since we do have that source of money that is eligible to spend on staff, because you do have a matrix of how you have to spend it, and that is an eligible expense. While we have it for the period of time that we have it, we're going to use it on that. So we did go ahead and make that staffing switch. And so that was a decrease in expenditures of a little over $1 million on our general fund when we moved all those people over that we talked about moving in the staffing allocation that was presented to you all. So then the next couple slides, I'm on slide 11 at this point, is just a summary of all of the changes from the draft level of our expenditures. So I'm not going to read through all those unless you all just have specific questions on them, but roughly that's adding $691,000 back to our budget. Okay,
What slide? I'm sorry.
slide 11.
Slide 11.
So this is a summary. Slide 10 is kind of a summary of the staffing changes, which was a decrease of $1 million to the budget by moving salaries over to our CARES for just this fiscal year.
Slide 11.
This is slide 11, that's the additional
Okay.
things we added back after having budget meetings with all of our schools and departments.
And these are the ones not in the budget?
These are in the budget now that was presented to you.
Okay.
So from the draft to the tentative, these things were added back,
Okay.
all right? And so after that is just summaries of payroll, how that fell out specifically. And you can see it is a decrease from the draft. We went down. And the way that makes it fall on our general fund now is roughly 57% of our budget will be salaries in this budgeting cycle on general fund, because we're using those federal dollars that have been extended to us to help pay salaries. And that frees up the additional funds to use on operational expenditures and puts money back into the contingency. So as you keep going through the slides, there's just the summary of the different types of expenditures that are laid out by object codes, your salaries, your benefits, your property purchases, all of that stuff, and how that falls out. And so budgeting everything out that we have talked about, and you've been seeing in these slides, that gives us a contingency of right at $9 million, which is 18% of our budget. Whereas you see at the draft level, we were at 4.3 million, 9.5% of our budget. So having those additional revenues has helped quite a bit in that area. The questions on Fund 1, that's kind of a high overview review of our general fund.
Now, the contingency budget, that's what will be a contingency at the end of the 2022.
If you do not spend anything out of it,
Right.
yes.
Okay.
Yes, if no one comes before you and says, hey, we would like to purchase this, and you all approve it, and then we move money out of contingency, that's where we would sit,
Right.
yes.
Okay.
All right, so then the rest of the PowerPoint is just summaries of Fund 2, and I only budget when I know what we've been told the award is. I don't carry over just guesstimating what a grant is. We only put them in there once we've been notified. So these are the ones for FY22 we have been notified right now. So this year, our grants are plentiful at 31 million. Next year, right now, we've only had 3.9 declared to us at this point, but a large portion, obviously, of that 31 million is our CARES, all of our CARES money. Fund 22 and Fund 25 are not specifically budgeted because those are really based on activity as they occur. Those are our school and district activity budgets, so there's not really a budget provided for you on those, just kind of a synopsis of what will go into those description-wise. And it's just activity that occurs through the year, and we budget that as we go. Next are your capital accounts, 310 capital outlay and 320 building fund. Your capital outlay is based on $100 per ADA, straight up, just $100 times that $4,800 ADA number, and that's what goes in your capital outlay. 320 is based on the nickels that we have. We have 2 nickels here in Clark County, so 2 nickels goes into that, and then we have a match from the state for those. So that's what goes in your building fund, which is the bulk of where your debt service is paid from. And we are actually good on our bonds right now that 320 is covering debt, and we still have a little bit left over, and then 310 is completely available for us to spend as we need to, which is summarized under Fund 400, our debt service. On that slide, it shows you our total debt service, and then what's committed out of our capital accounts, and then what is left over. So based on how we are estimating PVA in those nickels in our SEEK calculation, that falls out, we have an additional $755,000 in capital next year, which is one of those points of when you're talking summer projects that are getting ready to come up, things that are available to be capital funds can be used on. We pulled that column out and showed you all that column. So you have, if things that start July 1 on, you have $755,000 available to help pay for those type of projects versus using your general fund. Next is the summary of food service. And it's not really changed a whole lot from the tentative. Becky and her group looked at the numbers and just kind of firmed up a few of the numbers, but it's really very similar to the draft. We still, until we go back full time and know exactly how everything's going to fall out, we're still being very conservative on that side, which is another reason last week we talked about not charging them indirect costs again this year, is because we're just still trying to figure out her budget going forward and getting back on track there with her. So, any questions? That's really quick run through of where we stand budget-wise at this point. This is what we will start our school year with on July 1. We will have another budgeting cycle in September. That is our working budget. But in between there, we will get our tax rates and declare our tax rate for next year. This budget's built on keeping the same tax rate we have right now, not raising that, but not going backwards either, keeping the same one we have. That's where the summary, timeline-wise, finance. Fantastic news tonight. I'm happy to stand before you and say all this tonight. January was not a fun meeting, so.
Thank you, COVID.
Yes. Yes, we've had, every district has had a nice windfall of federal funding, so that has been very helpful. All right. That's all I have, unless you all have questions for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Anybody like to make a motion?
I make a motion to adopt the 2021-22 tentative budget.
Motion by Mr. Todd.
A second.
Second by Ms. Thompson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item number 6, consider approval of VoIP phone system vendor. I don't know when we'll say it, I just want to spell it out. Is that how do you say it?
VoIP.
VoIP?
VoIP, it's a fun word to say.
Okay.
This isn't anything, this isn't a new fund request, it's just a part of Alicia's budget. You saw, I think on page 11, it's the VoIP phone system. We had dedicated $180,000 to it. That's upfront cost. And then it'll be $20,000 a year in support. That's also written into our budget. And that's about comparable to what we've been paying up to this point in phone support. And so sort of the background behind it, it is about three years ago, we started to really think about when a good time to update our phone system is. We currently have a VoIP phone system, but it's an outdated VoIP phone system. And the support for it ends at the end of this summer, and quite a bit of our equipment is either cannot be supported anymore. New equipment can't be bought if it breaks, and other equipment that is currently supported won't be very soon. So we try to make the push for the start of the 21-22 fiscal year as when we wanted to shoot for this new VoIP phone system. So we did quite a bit of research before we put an RFP out. Decided if we wanted to do an on-premises solution where we host a lot of the phone equipment at our building at Campbell, which is what we have now and what we've always had, or we wanted to do it completely out in the cloud solution. The latter of that, the cloud solution, just proved to be too expensive for what we wanted to spend. We were getting figures back on just some preliminary discussions, just real rough figures of over $500,000, and we weren't going to be able to do that. Again, that's over a five-year span. So we went strictly with, put out an RFP for an on-premises solution, got 5 bids back. You can see them in the bid tabulation sheet there, and from there narrowed them down to what we thought were the best. We kind of did a little evaluation and determined what we thought was the best vendor. The numbers that are given to you on that final column, that is total amount for 5 years. That includes the one-time phones themselves, the labor of installing it by the company, the initial setup, implementation, training, and 5 years of maintenance, service, and support. So that's what that number is on the far right.
Why is there such a difference?
Yes, that question.
It's kind of a big jump on some of them.
A couple of vendors went at our pricing, went after us a little more aggressively than others, and then some of the higher vendors, I think we read their bids very carefully, and it seemed that they also were including elements of cloud hosting in there, sort of a hybrid type solution. So I don't know if it was because they just don't do strictly on-prem, or that's just how they do all their bids. I'm not sure, but yeah, we were surprised at the wide range of numbers that came back. So like I said, on the far right, price covers five years, and that number, whichever vendor you all approve tonight, that number we could go forward with that exact number, or there's other like add-ons that if my department deems that we need that, or a principal deems that he needs that or she needs that, we could add that on too for not a tremendously high cost. Like, it wouldn't require me coming before the board again. So I just say that with the thought that whichever vendor you all approve tonight, don't approve it for the price of fill in the blank as I might have a $2,000 add-on that I think we need or something.
So this would be system-wide. I mean, we're talking
District-wide.
I mean, everyone.
Yep, every class covers classroom phone. I think we tallied up 685 classroom phones, and then we got I think 10 extra classroom phones, 5 extra admin phones, a couple conference phones like spaceships, some Wi-Fi phones. So we kind of planned for some things, just kind of planned for the future.
So Prisma Solutions they're going away. They're eventually going to be going away. I mean, at some point, I believe there'll be a very small market for Primus. It's not here yet, but it will be. There's less and less companies doing Primus because there's more applications that are being developed in the cloud that can be rolled out quickly in a traditional cloud solution. But Justin and I did talk, and right now I couldn't figure out any applications that would benefit the district right now. And that's going to have to come from the users of the district, or the operation side of the house, so to speak, I would think. But, and I'll just give you an example. This price probably doesn't include speech analytics.
Correct.
Okay, so if you want to add speech analytics to this, and I don't want to put you on the spot, but it's going to be several $100,000 more like
I would assume so, yes.
that. Yeah, several $100,000. In the cloud, it's, user based, easy to add. That's where you get the cost, that's where you get the cost benefit. But right now, I don't see why we even go to the cloud or even consider it unless there's a need for it.
So Dimension and Kinetic, you think, are offering a cloud portion of their,
From what we could tell on their bids, there were cloud elements of it. And one of it might have been Dimension or local, I think it was Dimension. Even if they didn't offer cloud solution, the price per year was like, it was several $100,000 per year. So, and part of that's their support too. They're I think out of North Carolina.
okay. But like, let's say with CBTS and integration, they would also have support, or is that no support?
No, that's with both of those. CVTS integration partners both have on-site support and remote support.
Okay.
So just depending on the issue, they'll either send a tech or they'll be able to remote in. Like if a phone's not, it's just a bad circuit board on, Mrs. So-and-so's phone in 3rd grade cheer, they can remote in and fix it, reset something, look at the error log files, reset the phone, or, oh, you need a new phone, so we'll have an on-site tech right now.
So what's your take on all this?
Are you looking for a specific vendor?
Well, I mean, because we're just looking at numbers.
I felt like if I had to choose one of the 5 vendors, there were certainly some good points on many of them, but my recommendation is to go with integration partners.
Are they providing everything that, say CBTS, is CBTS providing anything more than integration
That's what I was
partners?
going to say, or local group.
CB, not of the really important things we were looking
Okay.
for. Yeah, they did provide some add-ons. Their hardware costs were a little higher, and then when you multiply that by 700 phones, that little becomes a lot. But no, support-wise and reputation-wise, everything. CVTS was really, knocked it out of the park too. But it was just looked strictly at pricing and meeting all the requirements while still being the lowest bidder.
What you need, right.
Integration Partners has what we need for a price that is a very good price.
So down the road, if we decided that we could afford to do the cloud-based, could the phones be converted to the cloud-based?
Yes, according to the research I've done, the Avaya J139, 159, 179, all that we're getting do have cloud capabilities.
They're all SIP phones?
Yes.
And so, do you think integration has that capability?
I believe they are a cloud hosting company, yes. I think most companies, I shouldn't say that, but I believe most companies now.
More likely they either have a solution or they partner with a cloud
Somebody
company that
else that would have a solution.
Yes,
Okay.
like a Ring Central type.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
We didn't fully, once we started looking at price points, our interest in cloud kind of dropped off, so I'm probably not as well versed as I could be 5 years down the road.
Well, the RFP was just for premise.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But I think it would be, if there was a use case to do a small pilot for cloud, there's a lot of, it's easy to set up, easy to, but you have to find a use case, So, be interesting.
Will they come and take away the old phone?
I can't remember if that was one of the companies that agreed to do that. I don't think they did. I think we may have to
That's a long phone.
dispose of that. Where?
Kind of attached to something.
Or if there's any value to them.
I'll bring them over to your house, Wisconsin. Put them out in the front yard.
You'd be surprised, might be some value, might be some old hospitals out there rolling the pile.
Well, we do see on listservs that come across through our email, selling, the school district selling this model of phones, reach out to us if you're interested type thing.
So are you asking just for approval for a bidder?
Yeah, approval of integration partners as the winning bidder for this RFP. So we can go forward with the purchase.
I'll make a motion. The integration partners is the winning bidder for the VoIP solution for Clark County.
Motion by Mr. Tolly,
I'll second.
second by Ms. Richardson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. Item number 7. Consider approval of the 2021-2022 salary schedule. Whatever makes you happy, I guess. Are you, do y'all need Alicia to come up here?
We're going to have a discussion maybe.
She's asking you want to come up here for the discussion.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Just like that.
I need to grab my stipend.
So the tables have not changed from when they were presented last week, and they've not really changed from the current year we're sitting in as far as the salary tables themselves. The stipend schedules, the only thing that has changed on them is the elementary level. There used to be one each for the elementaries, and we basically combined them into one, which is what you saw in your packet. And basically, they were a little not even, and so we just said we're going to give all the elementaries $6,000. Here's a catalog of jobs to choose from, essentially, and then you have $6,000 to spend on your building, because every elementary runs their building a little different as far as what they need for their extra services to help in that building. So that we just even that out a little bit across the board there. But otherwise, the tables are pretty much exactly as they are in operation this year. So whatever questions you have, I will be happy to.
Can we separate the discussion between the salary schedules and the stipends? Because that's two really,
Two different sets.
Sets,
That's
yeah.
fine.
So we want to start with, we want to start with.
salary schedule. It's whatever y'all want.
Salaries.
That's a good question. So the substitute teacher daily rate, how long has it been set for that?
It's been that for a very long time.
Just
Yes.
So last time, Alicia, like you said, that we did increase for certified, that one also.
Yes, every table, when we gave overall district
Right,
raises,
that
it
would
also got that
increase.
overall,
Gotcha.
which was two years ago? Yeah.
Okay, so
And I have to say, in case if you look around at substitute teacher salary schedule, we're very comparable.
Competitive.
We do very well with that, and we do also do the 20 days in the same position with the same certification. They do get their daily wage threshold, and that's a very good perk that we have, that there are certain surrounding counties that don't even do that. So that's pretty good.
thanks for clarifying.
How are we compared to other districts as far as the overall positions within the district?
We were above anybody other than Fayette.
Other than Fayette.
Anybody other than Fayette. We're not, I don't think we're gonna be after this year. There's some other districts giving increases that's probably gonna put it back ahead of us. And I guess.
So, I mean, as far as the salary schedules go, is there a recommendation on your part or y'all's part to keep it, to modify it, to make any changes to it? Chris?
I'd recommend 2% raise across the board.
And why is that?
So we stay on top, we're able to get good teachers now. We're pulling teachers away from other districts, good teachers,
Are we talking about certified or classified?
so across the board.
Across the board.
Could I add something, do you mind?
Please.
I think something that needs to be looked at, and is the instructional assistant hourly rate. This is a position that works directly with students every day, and we require those people to have either 48 college hours or pass the paraeducator exam, and they are some of the lowest paid people in our district. And on the salary schedule, if you look at them from year 0 to year 6, they stay at $11.32. It's very hard to explain to someone why you wouldn't get a raise for 6 years. And the reason that happened was the best intentions were at the time. At that time, they were the lowest paid, and we moved them up to the next lowest paid people with that $11.32, and it was just kept them there. But it's, in my opinion, they work with our children closer than almost anyone, and they're some of the lowest paid. And they're on pay line 1. If you look at the salary schedule, classified employees, if you notice, the $11.32 goes year 0 to year 6.
You did your bus drivers the same way, where we were getting slammed by bus pay. Everywhere else we moved them to start. I think we started with 14. At that time, where Alicia, we moved to 14. And it took 5 or 6 years before they come out of that, before they saw an increase in pay.
Third line 20, they start at 1471 and stay that for the first 4 years.
Food service cooks at the
Same
same way.
thing,
They
same
stay
thing.
at the same
In
rate
the
for those
past,
first
we've done
4-6 years. something
What,
like
And
and
that.
they're on
What's
what's
the
line, what's that?
No, food service,
That's-
are they
that's-
ones?
Mhm.
They're
What
not.
line are
They're
they?
11, they get 11.32, that's what they're starting out
Hold
at.
on, let me see.
Are they
So
1,
we're
2,
one,
3, or
line
4,
one?
like?
Well, no.
They're line
No.
2.
Oh,
So,
line two.
line 1 are your instructional assistants and your bus monitors. Line 2 are your cooks. Then line 20 is your bus drivers. But the 1132, the board made the decision that that would be our minimum rate. And so basically, we just went back, and anyone under that, we just made 1132 to make that the minimum rate. And that was 2 years ago when we made that.
Step's the same.
So that did make, there, no stepping, I wasn't directed to do the step, it was just make
Increase.
everybody at least a minimum
Starting out.
1132. So that's kind of,
And when you're
But there is-
requiring that 48 hours or a associate's degree or a paraeducator, that's something all the rest of those positions only require, excluding bus drivers with their CDL. But all the rest of those positions only require a high school diploma. The instructional assistants are required that extra educational requirement that's tough, so I'm just throwing that out there. I think that's something we need to look at.
I think it's also important to
our
recognize
schedules are pretty
instructional
careful
assistants.
on the classified.
They work at a minimum 6 hours in a day directly with children
I don't know
of
the
the most
reasoning
severe
behind how the
needs.
steps were.
So do you just move their line number? Is that what you take them from that line and move them to?
Alicia, you're the expert on that. How would we go about a change? in
The
their-
board would just have to direct if they want to pay them on a different pay line than they're currently paid on, or if you want to change
Their pay
the
line.
step raises or the amounts, or any of this is just board directed, and I do not have dollar figures
I was gonna
obviously
say,
figured
what's the
for you
dollar
on any of
figure?
this, because I wasn't prepared for that discussion.
Do we have a list of all the codes? what
Yes.
positions
So there is a page
there are?
right
Is it in here?
in your schedule that tells you what the job is and what table they're paid on.
Next flash, that
Oh, okay.
It's the job class codes pay scale.
Oh, I see it now.
What line would you, where would you put them? What would be your
I would
recommendation?
think I want to do what's easiest for payroll. I would think the easiest thing to do would probably be just take their pay line and just raise it.
Match it to another pay line?
Yes, and then just.
I mean, the
put it
thing,
on another-
001 is got, I mean, this, we have bus monitors on that line. We have instructional assistant ones and instructional assistant twos, which work with our special education children. The library media clerks, a lunchroom monitor. If we hire that position, not every school has that position. We have receptionists on that line, so there's multiple jobs on that line, so you can't necessarily just raise that pay line, because then you're raising everybody's.
I almost think they need their own line because of the education
Yeah.
Yes.
requirement. When
I
you're
would-
requiring that 48 college hours or a paraeducator exam, that's different than just a high school diploma.
Is there another line that we could put them on that has that same education requirement?
I don't have all that stuff memorized, but it could probably be, it might even could be where you have instructional assistants for Phoenix Academy, for example. They're on a separate line. Alicia, what does that line look like?
They're on line 4.
That's no different. Well, they go, in the second year, they go to 11, let's see.
So line 4
1170.
They keep going up.
starts at 1130. That's the line that was the minimum that we said, let's at least match that minimum, was line 4, and then we backed up on all the other ones and went to the 1132, but that's where the step raise
You're
is.
requiring that degree for that 48 hours, that's a big deal, you know.
But it just jumps 30, some percent.
So the step raises, I will tell you, my very first year, I went through this and was trying to make heads or tails of the step raises, and I don't know the logic behind
It's this one, yeah.
why it got put the way it was put. These were done prior to me, and I've just increased them every year as the board has directed, and we've kind of combined a few here and there. When people dropped off in certain positions, we kind of got rid of a few. As you can see, we still have 32. We used to have over 40 classified salary tables here, which is a lot of work on my payroll. So as much as we could condense these, that would be wonderful instead of adding to it.
Yes.
So adding them to another line that already exists in my world would be better than creating a whole new line. But if that is what the board wishes, we will do so. But as far as the step raises, I did go calculate trying to, just an example, because I came from Fayette County before I started here. Step raises in Fayette County is 0.5%. That's their cost of living. Every year you get 0.5% for your cost of living step raise. As you can see, these are not anywhere like that. So I did try to one year, and I have to go back and find that Excel file, but trying to do a 0.5% step raise every single year for that cost of living to get all of these kind of in better order was over $1 million for everybody. So it's a process that we're going to have to take some chunks at a time if that's what we want to do to get there. And I think every time we've talked about it, it ends up turning into something like this, that we have 6 years of someone making 1132. So I don't know the best answer. I think we all need to maybe just kind of talk that out and work that through. But I do think there is definitely room for improvement in the current scales, as well as certain positions who require more.
In the past, when there's been a certified increase, generally classified have been almost double.
Yeah.
I just think at least with this group of people right now, it's a place to start, because they do work directly with students all day long, every day, hands-on, and they are, it's not, the difference is between the others we're talking about is the educational requirement that the others don't have. They've spent money on 48 college hours, or they have to spend money to study for and pass the paraeducator exam. That's the difference in this group of people and the other groups of people. That's all I'm saying at this point. That's a big difference. So it's something to think about. And I promised people before I leave here that I would bring it to your attention and help everybody to understand that difference before I go.
So Alicia, on who is 002?
That's your
Cooks.
food, yes.
That's your
And it
food
goes
service.
2 whole cents.
Yeah.
Because I'm thinking if you just started with 003,
Yeah, they're the only ones on line 2 are your cooks and bakers. So
Take out
move both
lines
1 and
and
2
2.
up to 3.
if you just took out lines 1 and 2, I don't know what that would cost us. And then just start with line 3, because then you do see an increase at year 3. I don't know.
I don't wanna argue, but I still think those people that require 48 college hours in a paraeducator deserve a little bit of a step forward than people just requiring a high school diploma. That's just me.
So if
I
you-
would agree.
So if you take the instructional assistants and move them to
To
line 5,
four.
which is food service manager. I don't know who else is on 5.
I think that's it.
For 4,
Well, yeah, 4 or 5. What's on 4? What was on 4?
Your IAs at the Phoenix Academy are on
Those
4.
are line 4
Which
of
is
the
the only
Phoenix Academy
person-
instructional assistants.
Oh,
They
okay.
pick an instruction assistant.
So that's literally the only people on
that's
that
the
line,
only
That's-
line.
on 4.
On 4, the only,
So I mean, you could move them all to line 4.
Yeah, just move all your instructions.
Yeah.
to line 4.
Because on 1,
That's the
2, you're paying
instructional.
special needs instructional assistants the same.
I agree to that because you are with Phoenix, I think the thinking back was that there is maybe a tad of more risk
Yes,
at
involved.
Phoenix. So then I think you could make an argument, and I'm gonna say they should all be higher paid on that line 4, but if that's.
The starting
I
point.
think that's a compromise.
How many instructional assistants are there at Phoenix Academy?
2.
Do we know how many we have in the district?
Instructional assistants,
A
off the
lot.
top of my head, what would you think, like 70?
Easily.
Close to that. I would
Yeah,
So
easily.
that's-
100.
I'd
Yeah,
say
so the
close to
two-
100. That's one of our largest classified.
So those 2 may be a little upset because, with the Phoenix Academy, but it does bring 70 people up.
I think, and again, the argument is the requirement for the educational requirement is not required of the other people. So this knocks a lot of people out of getting instructional assistant jobs because they have to have that educational requirement.
One way to think about it is that really they're a semester short of being the equivalent of a substitute teacher.
Right.
You know, it's going to affect the budget a little bit, but
How much?
Is that a funded even? All of the cooks come out of
70
funded
people
even?
we're talking about,
Yeah, so
Should we get
yeah, every
a
one
final
that's
number?
Food service comes out funded.
talking about dollars.
So I mean,
$1 an
raising
hour.
her, one, she wants her paid
Is
for
that the
staff,
best
but it
line
does
to
affect
put
her
her
budget.
on?
And she's very sick
Line
on her
4?
budget.
I think it's a
For
place to
funded
start.
even.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it'll make her budget go up if you raise them.
She wants price.
Yeah.
I'll calculate.
He's calculating.
Around 70 people. And raise them to
Better be closer
$7.
to 100, you think, right?
I would,
do a
Go
100.
I would
For an
go with
estimate.
100, just to be,
$100.
We can pull that
Over.
list from Munis pretty quick.
do you want me to run to my computer?
Yeah, we're just trying to figure out an estimate of what it
We
is.
can take up our matrix
It's like $2,800 a week. Like $2,800 a week.
Should we get something firmer?
I can, if you want to, Take
I
a-
prefer it up
if you want to take a small break, I will go.
You need 5 or 10?
10, please.
I'll
10
come with you
at
for moral
recess.
support.
Is there anything else on the salary schedule? Okay, well, let me look at some other stuff.
All right.
Yeah, I can't remember if I got any caffeine today either. Might be looking for next qualifier.
Yeah.
I should have got you a Starbucks.
I went around Sonic and it was like, the line is packed and then there was like something called propane that was off the road between, when you're on the bypass between Lowe's, it just, everything had to drive was a cluster.
Yeah.
That's fine, I just didn't know if that was, I text my, or I sent to mine, just so you look at it. And it's sad. Somebody needs to get on.
No, just, I've got to go to my car and make sure I don't go to my clients and.
Do you need some money?
I've got,
My
I
goodness.
mean, so far, all I've got's an office credit card and 5
Do
pennies.
you need some change? If you don't pay.
Here.
we've
Thank
got
you
her
all.
covered.
Everyone just taking care of things.
No, sorry.
I'll
That's
say
$1.
George.
How much are drinks?
I have no idea.
Here, they might be $1 or a quarter.
I've got,
Here.
It won't take pennies.
no, I mean, like, I've got nickels.
There's a quarter.
It just like that, I think it goes. Thank y'all.
Okay, so we just looked up active IAs is 120.
Wow.
But with that being said, the bulk of them are within years 0 to 5, because most of them finish their education and become teachers. So we have a very high turnover in that area. But looking at just that bulk of staff and like what that increase of moving them to 4, you're looking at roughly $100,000. So it's not an astronomical amount of money based on years of experience of where that staff sits for us, to give them a little bit,
To move them to line 4.
to move them to line 4.
I think that's.
And again,
doable.
give or take, because you have people leave us and come, years of experience and all that, but where we sit right now roughly.
Thank you for looking at
Okay, you're welcome.
So we're still gonna go, are we still looking at line 2? 2? No. That was the one that only gets a 2-cent raise.
Line 2 is.
Who's line 2? The cooks that goes 5 years and get a 2-cent raise in between.
They're line 2.
Cooks are line 2. And just to throw a monkey wrench in everything, because
Sure.
If federal law changes and minimum wage does
Goes
get
to
passed, and we go to 15, and, you know, there are a lot of people already paying $15. I mean, that throws a wrench into what we just did, but I did just do a rough estimation out. If we follow the step to get us to where we're supposed to be, with all of the salary tables as they sit right now over the next 3 years, you're talking $2 million increase on our payroll budget
To go to 15.
to go to
Start.
minimum wage if
Minimum
that
wage, if it's-
phase-in process does occur. So that's a nice chunk of money over the next 3 years in our payroll budget. Just future thinking. So eventually, these tables will have to be, we will be forced into increasing our tables at some point, whether it's the phased-in process to that 15, but I mean, I do foresee a minimum wage going up that we will eventually be forced into if we don't take it at chunks and raise it ourselves. Eventually, we will have no choice but to raise a lot of these areas.
It's much harder when it's presented that way to raise all at once.
And in 3 years to phase out to that 15, I mean, you can see basically the first 20 tables are gone.
Line 20. It's like,
I was like, which ones, I was trying to look at which ones, that's just the starting point, and then you're still looking over, I mean, so it's,
I think we should at least take line 2, take food service to at least line 3. Right now, it looks like the only thing on 2 is food service.
yes. Cooks and bakers is the only thing on line
and
2.
IAs were the only on 001.
No, there's a lot of people on line 1. Bus monitors, receptionists, I don't remember.
But they don't require.
But those don't require. So my understanding is we're only pulling instructional assistants off of 1. We're leaving pay line 1 with
Yes.
everyone else.
Yes.
We're pulling instructional assistants off and putting them on 4, which is roughly gonna cost our budget $100,000.
Right.
And then now on the table is talking of cooks and bakers possibly moving to line 3 and doing away with line 2. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, that's my initial impression.
Because
I mean,
they,
it's not, that, they still start off at 1132.
And the bulk of Becky's staff is also 0 to 5. I mean,
I
the
was
bulk
gonna
of
say,
her
I think
years of experience.
starting at 1132 is fine because that's right around the average of what other districts around us are doing. CKEC's been doing a whole lot of pay analysis for cooks and managers and stuff like that. So I feel like we're sort of right where we need to be in the middle. But what I don't agree with is having these folks having to wait 6 years to get a little bit more money. Every year, having a little bit of a step up helps them with their cost of living.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, I think we should move them to 3 or 4. That's my, I mean, they're serving our students.
Thank you.
we
Who
can,
else is on line 3?
line 3.
That was a,
Is your attendance clerks. And that's it. Only your attendance clerks are on line 3.
Where is the receptionist?
Line 1. All the receptionists in the district fall on line 1. All your bus monitors fall on line 1. We just moved the IAs off.
I do like 1 and 2 and make them all 3. Because, I mean, even in line 1, the ones you have left are still gonna go all those years until they get, they're gonna go from 0 to 7 before they go up.
Well, can we get
I mean, there's not a whole lot of folks left on line 1. I mean, the IAs is the bulk of what's on line 1 at 120 people. The rest of them, you're talking probably about 40 people max left on line 1. So, I mean, we could just say line 1 is gone, everybody makes at least line 2, but you could still move your IAs to line 4. Or line, we just talked about getting rid of line 2 though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Move everybody to line 3. I have no idea what that's gonna cost you all.
That's like, do you think we need to?
I don't think it will be, obviously, we just figured the IAs, or,
which are the biggest?
which is the biggest number there.
And the biggest job.
Well, how many cooks are there in the district?
I have about, well, I have 70 total staff, so you take out my manager, assistant managers, you're looking at 50.
And those are funded out of Fund 51 for
Right.
food service budget.
Can your budget handle it?
Well, tight, but you
It's tight, but the good news is that we, are gonna be getting some money back. I found out this last week that we are gonna be getting reimbursed, we're gonna do a formula. And this has been talked about for a long time, but it finally just came to fruition. So we are gonna get, based on March, April, May, and June's, reimbursement from 2019. They're gonna take that, subtract what we actually got, times 50% and give us that money back. So we're supposed to be getting that hopefully the end of June. So that did just come down last week, so I will have a little extra buffer because I'm getting those 4 months, a good chunk of money, because I was getting $300,000 to $400,000 in my reimbursements back then. So 50% of that for each month, it's pretty good.
So you feel okay with
And
long
it's
term.
sustainable.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely, because as soon as we get
Once she
children
gets
back
back
in
to
school,
normal,
right,
they
it's
should be
gonna
gonna be
Okay.
flying high again.
Well, I
So
think-
we're talking about taking lines 1 and 2 away.
and moving them to
and
3.
putting everybody on 3, but
3.
putting IAs on 4.
Yes.
Yes.
And it's your recommendation that we can do that financially?
I think this next school year, for sure, it is sustainable. We will have to crunch numbers
Okay.
again. We do have the CARES money, again, another year that can help us. And that is in the budget. You all presented at least funding staff again another year. But I just don't have that number projected out because I have a firm number to tell you all tonight. So, but I mean, that is, we have looked at this multiple times and agreed multiple occasions, and then no decisions are ever made about changing the table. That it needs to be changed, but then nothing ever happens. So,
And we're only, we're looking at just a few at the bottom right now, and I'm sure there's others that need to be changed, but I agree, doing away with 1 and 2, and moving, was it,
Everybody from
instructional
1 and 2
assistants to
to
4,
3.
and everybody else to 3.
Are you making that motion? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, I'll make that
He's
motion.
making the motion.
I'll make that motion. Give me repeat it. Okay.
yep.
I'll second.
I have a lot of work come July 1.
Yeah. All right.
It's all right. We'll get it done.
That motion is by Mr. Colby, second by Ms. Richardson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
And I've got another question. So we got that. Karen.
One at a time over here.
Yeah,
Next.
so, we go, where is it, sorry? We have some people leaving the district this year. So I'm trying to pull up, oh, here it is. Does any changes need to be made on the certified additional salary schedule starts off with, position title, position location, extended days. I don't know if you can pull that up.
Yes, that's our certified index table essentially.
So, in the reason I'm asking specifically is like, Mr. Mullins leaving, does that need to be changed, or I'm sorry? I'm sorry.
The high school principal
Yeah,
is
the high school
leaving.
principal.
That it would be the time to make any changes if the board wishes to make is when there's a
What slide
changeover.
are you on?
It's the one that looks like
It's the second
this.
one.
Yeah.
It's the second slide.
Don't feel that's my recommendation to
Apologize.
make, but
I said the name, but
No,
the
that's-
position.
the position.
Yeah. So as far as, I mean, how does that compare with other high school principals in the area? Start there. Do we know?
I do not know that answer, I'm sorry. I
Paul,
have not
do you
looked into
know?
that.
It's up there.
Well, they're interviewing for that position, correct? So is that not something that's already been discussed?
No, because they're just interviewing, they'll discuss it when they hire.
So in the interview process, you don't talk about money?
Well, I'm assuming you'll talk about it when you sign that line.
You have to be offered the position or something.
And tables have not been set for next year.
Anybody that's made application for the job knows what the
That's what
salary
tonight is.
is.
We've not set
Did I
tables for
hear
next year.
that? What, one more time? What?
Tables have not been set for next year. That's what tonight's
So we
discussion
can-
is.
Are we past the
When
decrease?
When I advertise for positions, I have to use what I've got.
Mhm.
So, that doesn't mean you can't
Change it.
pay more for it next year, or, now it's too late to pay less unless it's an empty position.
If someone's currently in a
if someone's
position, you
current-
cannot
in
go
a-
down.
Currently in a position, we have to reduce their pay 90 days prior to the
That's what
first
I'm
day of
saying.
student attendance.
Yeah.
So, but if you were doing a new salary line for an empty position, it's perfectly fine to do that, although it has been advertised at the current rate right now, but it would just be, just have to tell them, this is what's happening.
Mhm.
There won't be a principal hire tonight.
I'm sorry?
There will not be a principal hire tonight. We'll do additional areas.
You're gonna principal, I mean, is that right? Is that right?
26%
Good? Is
It's
that-
high.
Is it?
It's high.
The 26% index
It's a high.
is the third highest paid position in the district.
Oh, wow.
So I'll bring it up because it's a time if we
Yeah,
want to make a
if you're
change.
gonna make
we're
a
gonna-
change.
Especially if you're doing other interviews,
And you
correct?
know, you can always do you can have the addendum on the bottom of the salary schedule that says, as people leave and new people come, the new index will be this. And there's nothing wrong with that, doesn't affect anybody that's in a position.
That's what was talked about.
I
last
tried
year,
that, we
wasn't it?
tried that
Yes,
last year and it
Paul
fell flat,
tried to do
but
that last year.
we can take a stab at it again with the new board.
I think we probably need to.
Because if you look at the indexes for the principals, there's no incentive for certain principals that train in, say, assistant principal at the high school at a 19% index. Why would they ever want to go back to Baker and be a principal or Campbell and be a principal that are going to take a pay decrease? Where
Mhm.
you would be training them in a position like that to be able to take over for a position like that. So it is.
It needs to be-
Looked at as people leave.
Yes, anyone in current positions would still be paid this.
Yes.
I
So
mean,
we
we
can
can't.
still restructure that principal position.
Well, we can do the principal position now, correct?
That was
Yeah,
something.
that's what
Because
I was
that's easy.
asking, yeah.
You can do any, what we're trying to say is you can change any of these indexes. It's just if the job is currently filled with someone, they're still gonna make this
Yeah, I
index.
understand that.
Yeah,
And
it's
then
just
if
it's
they
someone
leave,
new.
Then the new index
Correct.
will come
And then
into
we
play.
have advertised the position at this current index. And it would just involve making sure that whoever is right now, today, that information would need to be conveyed to the people that are still at the applicants.
What's your thoughts?
It's time to do it.
Yeah. What would be appropriate?
What is appropriate?
Mom, Scarlett.
You know, every district structures it kind of, Alicia can tell you, they structure, Fayette County salary schedule
Is like that
thick.
Yes.
I mean, it's, sometimes they
Everybody's
give you for if you're partially toward a degree, or if you've got 15 hours towards your master's, or if you're, it's all, it's different for everyone.
Fayette County does lump sum amounts, like stipend amounts. They don't do percentages, and it's based on how many people you supervise. Like 0 to 5, you get this much. From 5 to 10, you get this much. So I mean, like she said, every district's a little different on how they
Well,
structure that additional
if you think
stipend.
about, I know this is a lot for one evening, and I'm gonna shut up and leave in a second, but if you think about, for instance, central office staff, it's difficult to have an assistant have a principal at a school that's paid a higher index than a central office staff member. That, you know, that's a certain step that you work toward to get to this point, and they're not out of that building yet. And then that index is higher. I mean, it's something that really needs to be looked at. And it's not gonna help me, of course, but it's gonna help me feel better if somebody really, even if it's not this year, if somebody takes a serious look at that. It needs to be looked at.
I mean, if we look at the principals just across the district, and we're looking at, let's see, preschool 12, elementary 12, intermediate is 18.
Drop that one. He won't care.
He'll take one for the team.
Yeah, he'll take one. I heard him say it.
You got Phoenix at 12. I mean, it's just not equitable, it looks like to me.
What did you say?
It's not equitable. I mean, you got Phoenix at 12, elementary at 12, intermediate 18.
I mean, if you
Sometimes you
look
look
at,
at numbers of students, and that does make a
Right.
difference.
Yeah.
Then you also have more assistants if you have more students.
Yeah, there's a little bit, yeah.
if you look at an elementary assistant principal, they're at 3%.
That's what I was just
That's
looking at.
pitiful.
They're at 3?
Three.
It's right there.
Index.
The principal is at 12 and the assistant is at 3.
Three.
Right here. Elementary school assistant principal, 3%.
Oh, so I'm blind. I was down, I was looking, I guess I was looking from top to bottom, all those zeros.
And those are just indicating they get extended days for their jobs, but not necessarily that administrative stipend of the index.
So is the assistant principal at the high school at 19, is that,
All of them.
is that, can I too?
Yes,
That's, okay.
yes.
Calm down, Scarlett.
It is high, I'm just
Okay.
telling you, I'm sitting here at HR director at a 12.5% index. Okay, this is not gonna help me, finance director's at 12.5, but that's pitiful, to be in central office.
So
and have
ultimately, what you
responsibility.
want to do is land here. So this should be the,
This should be a goal for someone like
Right.
Josh Mounts to
Right.
wanna come to central office and be an HR director.
right,
But how can he do that?
Let's take a
Going
cut.
back.
He's gonna have to take a pay cut. It's not gonna help me. I just want the district to be helped. That's what I want. Because I've complained to Paul many times about my index. It's not gonna,
Been interviewed
it's not gonna
times
happen
about
now,
index.
but you take on the responsibility of HR, and 80% of the budget is from people. That person that gets in that position needs to have an index that reflects it. Because I would love to see, at some point, people within the district that want to come here to do that, but they're not gonna want to at 12.5, they're not gonna wanna be a finance director at 12.5, because it's too much responsibility for,
So technically, for an assistant high school principal, the only job to go to is chief academic officer or high school
our
principal.
high school principal.
Mhm.
seriousness. If you look at the intermediate school, he's a percent lower than the assistant principals in his own school.
Superintendent Christie, what would you recommend for, I mean,
At this point, I've been in here about 4 times with recommendations. I'm not gonna make it again.
You're not gonna make
I'm not
it.
gonna do it again on my way out. I've been in here 4 times trying to get this lined out. And it is, you got some that are high, you got some that are low. You certainly have some central office people that are low. I realize that central office, we don't deal with the kids every day. There is a difference there. But at the same time, the work here is just as important.
Most of
It's
us
not.
have dealt with the kids.
Yeah, and it's not that way in the pay, but, you're looking, I think the whole scheme needs to, I can't see where an assistant principal, should be paid more than a principal. There should be some incentive for an assistant principal to go to a principal position.
or to go to central office?
Yeah, this is a glory land here. Everybody wants to be here. It needs to come way up.
Alicia, do you have the chart from in the past?
I probably have the Excel file, I could go find it and print it. Do you need to go locate that?
Yes.
Sorry, guys, it's important, so.
Josh Mass is excited. He's like, yes.
I'm gonna dress like this more often. Well, they got need some money up there.
You might not when this next chart comes in. The
One thing he came tonight for was bleachers.
That's right.
That was in- Paul, was that in May last, it was in May last year when
Sorry.
when you looked at this last year?
Probably somewhere out
It was
there.
probably,
I
the-
think you can find it real quick.
you gonna try to pull it up, see if I
You
can.
don't know what you did with yours?
Alicia and I work on it.
Interesting to know, isn't it? So it's interesting to know that.
Well, but it's interesting lunch now, too. It's interesting when you work here too, like,
Oh, man, the network's,
as the chief
Okay.
academic officer.
It's hooked up with the air conditioner.
huh, the air
It's hooked
conditioner
up
knocked
with the
down
air
the network?
conditioner.
There we go.
Yeah, mine too.
Since we're back. Bet you,
I wanna go to Earth Corps one time.
says I do have permission, so.
Do a little job around the tooling, pick up.
And that way it runs.
I mean, that's just me thinking,
Yeah.
Think out loud.
think out loud.
Well, it makes it logical,
Yeah.
because if you want to,
If you want
if
people
you
to
want to go from
have
an
upward
elementary
movement,
assistant to go to
yes,
a middle school assistant, yeah, makes sense.
it does.
So what do you think?
I just had elementary assistant principal to go from a 3 to a 5. And then I had the intermediate junior high assistant principal go from an 8 to a 10.
At least,
Because it needs to be an increase, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
There needs to be some.
So that way, if you
increases.
have, if you're an elementary assistant, you want to strive to be maybe an assistant at the.
That makes
elementary
sense.
school,
Yeah.
get a little bump.
Do you think they should be half what the principal is? On elementary level?
6 instead of 5. Yeah, well, but then if you do that with the middle school, it would just go up a percent. And at the high school, it would be a 10 if you do half. Based on what was proposed last year. From what was proposed to an assistant.
not unreasonable.
I also put on here for the CIO to go to a 12. If you're instructional specialist.
So
Instead
should
of
the
the 7.5.
Phoenix principal go to?
CIO to 12 instead of 7.5.
I just feel like with all the, all the technology, I mean, it's an ever-changing world, and this year was off the chain technology. I mean, but I don't know.
If you want to put
how
that,
this-
just put it in line with the other coordinators in the district, it would be 16. Because you have other coordinators at central office level that are 16s. Just,
Well,
that's,
then no one, I mean, personally, I don't think anyone at central office should make below a 16.
I don't either.
That's just me. I mean, because you work year-round.
And it's difficult for, when you bring in people that are maybe grant funded, that are really not members of the superintendent's cabinet, and they make more of an index than someone that's a member of the superintendent's cabinet. That's tough.
So the 7.5 make it a 16? Is that what you were thinking?
I mean, I just threw it out.
I mean, that's just putting it in line with other
Yeah.
central office coordinators.
I don't ever get hot, but I'm getting hot.
I was gonna say, I'm a little warm.
I will tell you, Steve is in there working on the AC.
We can go over and get a Frosty if you.
Yeah, so hopefully there will be relief soon.
He's working on it.
Because in my mind, you should have a reason to move. And I don't think, the way our schedules work, there's not a reason to move very much. You can get in there and stay.
Yeah,
So the elementary, y'all said 5?
from 3 to 5.
Yeah.
Come through
Yeah.
this by last spring. And then last year's recommendation was 20 for the high school principal position.
Is that in line?
20 in line for the high school principal position. Is that probably still high, or
What?
20%.
20
Is that in line with others?
Index.
index for the high
For the
school?
high-
20, did you say?
When it was 20, the assistants were 15 on this.
I think that's perfectly fair, but what do
Yeah.
you think? Hold on one sec, I get it. I think it's perfectly fair.
That's what was recommended last year.
And it's not like we're taking anybody down right now. You
Right.
know. I do want to say one thing, and I shouldn't say this, but if we did increase chief information, it's a shame not to increase that until that person leaves. You see what I'm saying? It's at 7.5%.
Oh, I said we would go on and increase, we just wouldn't.
Yeah,
We
I
would-
think
we
we were
would-
gonna
We're gonna
increase
Okay, we
it.
weren't.
Yeah.
We're
I'm
just
not
not
sure. I
gonna
thought we were
decrease.
saying they had to leave for.
No, that was
No.
a.
I got you, sorry.
So current people in positions, if you increase any of these, get the increase, but
As of July
decreases
1.
would not occur until the position changes
Okay.
over.
I got it.
Except the high school principal, which
Yeah.
we could set, but the rest
Well,
would
that's
be
starting,
through-
starting July
attrition.
1, yeah, through attrition. Yeah.
We need to make that decision really soon.
Like tonight.
Well, what you're trying to-
We're working
maybe
on
we'll
it,
just-
Scarlett.
I mean,
You're talking about,
before they get hired.
We're working on it.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying, you had 16.
So you have 3 directors on the classified side that you're not looking at, so are
Yeah.
we talking those
What are those?
positions, so they're 12 and a half.
We were saying everybody's 16.
Your 3 classified directors are 12 and a half.
Everybody in central office
Well,
would be
unless they're already
above that.
in those
They
positions.
use
So the
green
minimum.
lists.
Finance director,
HR.
HR director, and food service director.
Okay.
Those are actual like director positions that are part of the
They
cabinet.
would not have a director below a 16. That would be the
Finance.
lowest.
Finance, HR, and food.
Well, if you make a, are you recommending all directors be 16 across the board?
And I do think we need the instructional specialist at 12. I do,
The instructional specialist.
at 12. And
And that-
just because I feel like that is,
That
It's
is
still
a
at-
teacher, are you thinking of the grant funded?
yes, it's a
Yes,
grant
yes,
funded and
yes.
it's usually it's a teacher-like position, what you're looking for.
Oh, I see what you're saying, that means.
I mean, that's, maybe that's just, I don't know.
Is that the instructional specialist?
Yes. Just leave it.
And it was
That's
still
what-
recommended to stay at 12 last year.
At 12?
Yes,
Yeah.
it's to stay at 12,
Not to
because
move
it's a
down.
grant funded and you really
Are
hate
you
to.
talking about the other grant, the director of state and federal grants too?
No,
No.
I like that. I just felt like with the instructional specialists, it's grant funded and
Should we take a stab at a motion?
if we know
What
what
did we decide on?
we've decided. Do
All
you
right.
have a good list?
I think I do. What I've written down and what I remember. Do we need to make a motion for the specific positions?
I would, just so it's very clear of what you're doing.
I mean, he can't just go by this one except for the ones that's offered.
Is that what, I mean,
He's going by the recommendation, but he's gonna change some of them,
Yeah.
just like 2.
okay, well, that's what I'm saying. Whatever you're changing from this
Okay. so
is what I, just make sure I'm clear on what we did
Okay.
decide on.
And could you speak up loud enough so the recorder gets it too?
Absolutely. How many directors are there?
Well, the ones that would go from, you have
Oh, I
the
see. Okay, I got it.
CIO,
Okay.
you have HR,
Yeah.
finance,
Food service.
And food
and food
service.
service.
All right. So I'll make a motion that food service, HR, and finance, and CIO, let's start over. I make a motion that the food service director, HR director, finance director, CIO position, all move to a 16% index. Also make a motion that elementary assistant principals go from a 3 to a 5% index. And that intermediate assistant principals go to a 10, and the high school principal go to a 20.
And assistants goes to 15. But now that would only
And it's-
go into effect through attrition.
Yes. An
And
assistant
assistants
high
go to
school,
15.
Through attrition, right?
through attrition.
Yeah.
Yes.
Existing position, existing people in those positions would get the raise in July 1st, and then the rest would, if it's a decrease, would be through
Through
nutrition.
attrition.
Nutrition, not nutrition.
So you're going, so you didn't go through all these, or you
Oh,
all?
and I'm sorry, I missed one. Do we need, yeah, we do.
I mean, are you just gonna go by what's listed on here except the ones you changed?
From last year?
Yes. The recommended salary schedule?
I told you I was making a stab at it.
Well, I know, you lost me there.
I did, yeah.
Because all the rest were okay, right?
All the rest were fine,
On the
based
new
on,
one.
based on the one from last year.
Is this the changes?
Would,
All directors are 16, and then you're changing that to 16, that to 5, that to 10.
Yeah, but the rest of them are fine.
Yes.
Okay.
On the new.
On the
Okay,
new
so
one.
make sure I'm with you.
Based on the
Alright,
hired on after July 1st, 2020 document. The only changes we made was all directors go to 16, okay? And the elementary goes from 3 to 5, and assistant principals at the intermediate goes from 8 to 10, and everything else stays the same.
are we new? I'm good. Are you good with it?
Do we
You all
do
good with
with
it?
that?
I'm great. Good with it?
Do we need to repeat that motion?
I think I got it all. Was there a second?
I'll second it. I think it's got it all straightened. So motion by Tommy, second by Richie, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, on to the stipends.
Okay, so are the rest of the salary tables good? Do we need an overall
You got a
motion for the
comment?
whole salary table package?
Just a quick question, well, that's technically I'm the senior chair on the GRC hiring committee.
Uh-huh.
Would you like me, as from the board perspective, would you like me to contact the salary schedule change from this to this, just have that?
Yeah, I think the sooner the better.
I think it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, for correction, 20%?
20.
20. Now, I don't know the candidates, but, you know, based upon whoever the candidates are, the other ones they may be effective in some of these other changes. So you may want to, I don't know if that changed too much.
And I will do it on the job posting, and I will send a full email to all the candidates explaining that changed as well on the job posting.
Okay.
I need an official approval on the rest of the tables, though, that
I
you
make a
didn't
motion.
change.
I make a motion for remaining salary tables to be approved.
Motion by Ms. Thompson,
I'll second.
Did you hear that, Ms. Nance?
second by Mr. Coley, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
All right, now we're on the stipends.
I'm not sure how we got here on all these stipends. Seriously, I mean, it's almost ludicrous. And how we come up with the figures for each one of these positions or stipends. I'm not sure what to do about those. I've went through so many different scenarios for recommendations, and it's just, you know, it's a guess, and I don't want to guess anything of this.
Well, okay, if like the elementary, let me get down here. What are they,
The recommendation this year is to give them $6,000 each, and then they have a catalog of jobs to choose from, essentially.
Oh, okay.
That's fair.
So you could do something similar for the entire district and say, here's all the catalog of descriptions that you all think are valid stipends, out of what has been presented and paid over the different years. I would set the athletic tables aside, obviously, we're
Yes.
talking instructional stipends. And then you can just say a dollar amount for the high school, Baker, RDC, we've already said 6,000 for
So who
Elementaries.
allotted 6,000?
in discussions that we had in budget meetings between the four principals, Paul and myself, based on how the four were currently sitting in the average of those four, 6,000 was what we came to.
And all the principals agreed to that?
When
And
we had,
also agreed that because they were paying, at one school, they were paying teacher, leaders one amount, and at another school, they were paying a different amount. We agreed with the principals to sit down and create their catalog and said, if you're a teacher leader, it pays this much, doesn't matter what school you are. If you're a core content, you get this much, it pays the same in any schools. They get 6,000, they've got this catalog, they can look through and pick what they want.
so that has been discussed with the four elementary,
And that was.
and
that
it
the
was
only change
consensus
you
on
saw.
how that got presented. They all agreed with the table that is presented tonight with you.
Just the elementary?
Just the four elementaries. The rest
The
of
others are
them,
so all over the place.
yeah.
They're so all, you look, they're so all over the place.
Okay, but do they know, why are their, like, team leaders so much lower than every other school in the district?
Who,
Elementary.
you know, I've been looking at.
Each school set their own, what they, based on responsibilities in their buildings. And that's what elementary levels had set for themselves.
$300, maybe I said 32. I went back up.
For some reason, I don't have that one in front of me.
I don't need, I was on it and then
I have the old versions in my book here instead of the new version, so give me just one moment.
$200, team leader fall, $200, team leader spring.
Well, they get 400 total, so each semester they would get,
Yeah, well, that's great. Except for if I go here and get your team. If I go to a different.
well, it's different responsibilities at the different buildings.
That was my question.
Yeah, I'd-
What is
The principals would have to answer.
well, that's a big
Specifically.
difference, 400 versus one thing behind us.
And I can see there could be some difference in team leaders, you're talking large differences in groups of kids in the teams. From an elementary team leader to a high school team leader, there's
It's a
a
big
big difference in
difference.
the number of
Well, yeah, I
kids.
see that, but I mean, then you've got, and they've got their core leaders and all that in the high school too. I'm just talking about just your team leaders. Like, a fourth grade team leader will get paid $200, fifth grade team leader. Would that be the difference?
Well, does it, I mean, if every elementary
I mean,
school
I'm
gets
asking, you've been in
6,000,
school, I'm
does it?
asking you.
Okay, and let me, I think,
I'm not in a building, somebody's
Right.
gonna tell me this.
so for elementary, because they are a much smaller unit, then all the fifth grade roll up to one school, so it is larger teams. Versus like if you were a team at Shear, there may be only 3 teachers in that fourth grade class. But when you roll up to Baker on a team, there may be, I don't know, do you have?
18 fifth grade.
Okay,
So it is a bigger difference.
it is a
Yeah,
bigger
okay.
difference.
I would love to have a conversation about this. I've been wanting to have a
Why would you
conversation.
put somebody under the
That's
bus,
why I'm here-
Josh?
That's why I'm here in field day clothes.
Hence the
And
whole China.
and I mean this respectfully, but it is coming out of a place of frustration, and I know you all have an awesome responsibility to try to align this stuff, but I just want you to realize, whatever, you know, it's thrown up, that Baker has 28,000, 29,000, whatever dollars in stipend. The success of my school would not be what it is without the teacher leaders. They wanted to come here tonight. They wanted to send emails, they wanted to come up and give speeches. I said, go home and be with your family. my team leaders and core content leaders, my transition folks. I've sat here tonight and talked about, we're gonna save $750,000 here, and they're gonna pay for kindergarten, and then we get down and we're talking about really pennies. We're talking about pennies, we got more money than we ever had, and we're worried about a $500 beta club, or at least that's my perception of it. I will tell you, just for example, we don't give these stipends to any Tom, Dick, or Harry. We give them to folks who want to cultivate leadership and growth in our building, and we want to keep them in Clark County. And I'll tell you, be the first to tell you, I lost a master teacher in the last year. Her name's on one of those stipends, but Fayette County drew her in. You know, my little $1,500 stipend, I hear 15 versus 200, she's making 18 grand more next year. That's the facts of it, and I feel passionately about this. I urge you to reconsider any, reduction or removal of stipends. We need to restructure, we certainly will, but the folks, I can only speak for my building, the folks who get the stipends at Baker, you would want your kids in those classes, you would want them to be teacher leaders in your building if you were a principal.
Well, since you're here, tell me, what's a transition coordinator? What is that?
So a transition coordinator for us is a web coordinator. They go into all fourth grade classes, they plan our transition camp, they do activities, and they train web leaders throughout the year. They go into the fifth grade classrooms, they do activities with the fifth graders throughout the year. They get paid $500. They probably do, if you did the $25 an hour thing that we do with teachers, they probably get paid $1,500 for their time. That's the thing, that $1,500 sounds, I can tell you, I've got a buddy who's a team leader in Fayette County at a middle school, he makes $5,500. Just the spot of team leader alone, so many logistics go into running a building, I would love for you all to come and just walk the building and stay there a week to see what these folks do. My little description I sent you all, it doesn't do it justice. And that's really all I can told myself, at your all's mercy, and hopefully it hits your heart somewhere, but Baker would not be what it is without its leaders.
Well, I give you kudos for coming and defending your school and what your stuff is on here that you've got stipends for.
I mean, I know it's a lot of money, but they're worth every penny plus.
No, I mean, I would rather you come here and let me ask you what this stuff is, so I can,
Were there ones that you all were concerned about in specifically?
not necessarily, yes, but not necessarily with Baker or any, yes, there's some that, I mean, are on here that is not even existing right now.
At what school?
Well, I've gotta go back through now. I went back to Baker to look at all Josh's since he's here to make sure I didn't have any more questions for him. As far as on Baker's, I mean, he seems legit on everything I'm looking at.
Do we still have a bowling team?
A bowling team on Baker?
No, this was on the stipend thing, said bowling, there's.
I think we do. I don't know if we do or not. That's the questions we have. Do we have those things? Do we?
We used to have a bowling team, but
Yeah.
we don't have a bowling alley now.
I don't know if it went away
So
then.
I don't know where they would practice, but that.
All right, I gotta get back up here now.
To me, it just seems like the quantity, and I'm not against stipends, the quantity that's out there of stipends, not the dollar amount, I don't know if it should be part of their, I don't know if should be part of their salary, or I don't know why I guess every district has a stipends that they provide to their teachers, for certain things. Is these stipends indicative of other districts, the quantity of them, as well as the dollar amount, do we know? Because I know every district kind of does it differently.
Yeah, every district does it differently, and I do not have a concrete answer on what, like, laid out like ours. I mean, a lot of them are just, here's dollar amounts for, and it doesn't necessarily total them up the way we total them up, so I wouldn't know like what each school gets per se at other districts, but.
What is sports medicine co-teaching?
That's with our ATC.
program.
That's a, that's an active teacher teaches some classes in the vocational department. That's a, in addition, it's an additional staff person.
Do we have a bowling team? Were you in here when Megan asked that?
Yeah, we do. We did. I don't know if they voted this year. I don't remember, but I'm not sure.
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows.
We do have a bowling team, and we even hosted the bowling regional tournament here a couple, 3 years ago. And it's, no one to do. It's crazy, there's 100 teams.
Like this scheduling Infinite Campus, is that not somebody's job?
What
No.
school are you
You got principals.
What school?
I think, to answer your question about bowling, I think Don Dix is the bowling coach. I mean, not to use names, but I know he
That's the
does.
track coach, isn't it?
Yeah, he does track and bowling.
I just never, I mean, I didn't
We
think
do
like
have-
get anything, I just never really heard of it, and I was like, do we really have that?
Oh, we did, yeah.
I'm at the high school
Got
now.
swim team,
for
diving
Infinite
team.
Campus.
I knew about that, but I didn't know
Underneath the high
about,
school.
I guess bowling just doesn't come across my radar as much as those couple things, but.
Well, I don't know where they practice, because see, the bowling alley closed.
Right.
They have to either go to Richmond or.
They'd have to go to Richmond or
Lexington.
maybe Lexington.
Ashley, where's the Infinite Campus person? I don't know what it is.
It's over the high school, I think is where I'm at. DRC High School. I don't either, that's, cause I thought we had a person here that did a lot of that.
Unless it's something specific for that school.
We have 3 athletic directors in the district.
Yes, you have a district athletic director, a GRC athletic director, and an RDC athletic director.
So district, GRC, and RDC.
And another
What's the
GRC.
district one do?
There's two GRC assistant ADs.
Well, there was an amount that you'd set for an amount, and it's always been understood, kind of, once you set an amount, it's like your coaching staff, you can't change the head coach's pay, if you give, let's say you give $40,000 to a team, if they want to have a head coach and you set the amount for that, then the assistants, they have to pay a certain amount, but if they want to have 10 assistants, they can break that down to lower pay and have more.
But yeah, that coach, but I'm talking about ADs. I mean, I don't know why we have a
I
district,
don't know why
a
they-
school, and one for the school, and, one for GRC and then one for,
Well,
RDC.
the GRC attends primarily all the GRC events and works with that. The district one does all the scheduling, they schedule the school, the conferences, they work with high school, middle school, or high school. District athletic director does most of the scheduling through the coaches.
So they
And
schedule
the high school
gyms?
athletic director generally works the games and stuff, so it's kind of comes down.
Yeah, we
That's just called, that's why, I think that's why they broke it down, because there's 2 positions there.
But we have a gym scheduler too.
Don't know.
Oh. Maybe I'm the only one who thinks that's our.
Chiefs.
Huh?
Football
Yeah,
chiefs.
I'm sports, I'm behind our sports program, so just,
Do you think this is something we may need to look into and have like some discussion on it later, kind of dig a little
That's
deeper?
why it's on here tonight. We were supposed to be discussing it.
Part of your salary schedule.
Yeah. Dawn, are you still involved with Bass Team?
I've never really been involved with asking.
I don't know, it's Billy, ain't it?
Yeah.
Sorry, I was thinking that you were too.
We don't have anyone here from the high school speaking on their behalf, do we?
No, only one here is Josh, well, was. Is he still here?
Yeah, I think he went to
Um, And we do have a wrestling team, you said?
We're working on it.
Starting when?
Yeah, this will be the first year for it.
What's the total for all of the athletic director? Do you know off the top of your head, like the assistant?
Is 10,000, is that what you're saying, like?
Like all together, like, you know, GRC and Campbell, what would that total be?
One more Campbell's is, GRC's got $10,000. They've got 20, I think they don't have 20,000, I
Well-
remember right off, I think that.
District
District
10.
AD gets 10, and I think they split that other GRC up into an AD and an assistant AD. That's
Yeah, it's like
10 or
75
7
and 12 or something,
Yeah, and then I don't know, you have to look on here, it'll tell you on here what your Campbell is.
25,000, I mean, you got 10, 10, and 5.
Okay.
So, okay.
I'm just gonna throw it out there. At one time, we had a full-time athletic director, $40,000.
5,000.
What?
Yeah,
For the whole district, right?
for the whole district. It was a full-time
It was a
position.
central office position.
Oh, I
Yeah.
got you, okay.
I mean, I'm just throwing that out there. I mean, it was a full-time position, so.
That wasn't too long ago, was it?
Oh, it's been a while, probably
was-
10
it's-
years,
Oh, has it
would you
been that
say?
long?
I would
Okay.
think, something like
They're in
that.
lanes.
Yeah, I would say it was 10 years of, I mean, it was a $45,000 position, so I mean, I know they're divvied up, but it's not coming to that amount, is what,
Yeah, I mean, it's 25,000 with me all. The district and the two schools.
right. And I don't know how much work a full-time person did.
Well, when they do the entire district,
It's a lot, isn't
Lot.
it? It's all the middle school and all the high school, and it was one person, right?
So did that work better?
I don't know.
I mean, it's always been this way since I've been on board, so that's 9 years.
I think we decided that you could save money by not having a full-time and have people at the you know, put it back at the building level instead of at the district level.
It's become a lot bigger job when we brought on the sports complex.
Yes.
A lot bigger. job.
Yes.
What does the district athletic director, what's the job description for the district director, athletic director? Is there one?
There's just athletic director.
It just says athletic director?
Well, we did have a job description for somewhere.
It just says athletic director.
For the district, and then for the high school athletic director, it's
You know-
probably more encompassing?
It's, the hard thing to understand about all those extra services, they're truly considered extra duties, so there aren't always job descriptions for all those things. And you're talking tonight you're talking about two separate things. It looks like you're talking about some coaching duties, and then you've got that separate thing that's extra services. The two different.
Educational and then athletics, looks like.
Sometimes they kind of, and it's unfortunately, it's just been that those have been listed like that for many, many years. And it just kind of rolls over from year to year, and everybody just kind of approves it, and it's just not, I mean, you're asking good questions, it's just the way it is, that like you all were talking when I came back in, we did have a full-time certified position as athletic director several years ago. When I came in 2011, we had that. What was his name? Yeah, Ryan Nolan. And it was paid as a certified teacher position. And it almost seems like that's something you probably need more now than you did then, you know, with the way the athletic complex is. But no, there's not a specific job description that tells the difference in the district athletic director and the GRC athletic director. They're pretty generic.
Josh, you don't have to pay any athletic, right? Yours just pay up to Campbell?
Right.
Okay. Probably should have said that, that's when we call you tomorrow.
And you do game, too.
Yeah, something like, I got you.
And with the amount of money that this district has spent on the new complex out there at the high school, and no Campbell's doing work at the new, to make their complex better, it may be worthwhile to start looking at a job description for full-time. Because now, with the new platform that's been purchased, could it be possible to have more activities out there than before? Maybe not, specifically athletic, but specific things that could draw.
Like a concert even.
Yeah, could draw events and draw people to the community, help with fundraising for schools, all sorts of things. And just kind of list that in the job description. Obviously, we won't do that tonight, but it might be worthwhile.
You would have to, if you're gonna entertain that, I think you would have to pull those from the salary table, correct?
And those positions are those duties are cut all those athletics,
Every year.
they're cut every year. They end June 30, and then it's the principal's job to put people into those positions at the end of every year, at the beginning of every year. So there's, right now is the time that you don't have to pay any of them, because those have been, they're gone.
Yeah, but if the board wishes to not have anyone fulfill a position again, I mean, if you approve this, you're basically saying to the principal, you're allowed to hire for this job. So if there's something you don't want them to hire that extra service for, then you would need to remove it from the schedule.
Tonight.
What you all need, you really need to understand about these extra duty services, when you approve those, you take central office and every one of us in this building completely out of it. We have no jurisdiction, no say, no power in that whatsoever.
That's tough.
We have no say. That's all site-based council and principals.
So if you went back to a certified position, it could
I would
be
think
at
we
the
make that
district
a goal.
level.
You
That's
make
what I'm
that
saying.
decision.
I'm not sure if we want to do that, or entertain that now,
I don't know, but they're waiting on us.
or.
She's saying now's the time though, right?
If you pulled the athletic director positions from this salary table, and then, let's say, a month from now, we do not entertain a district-wide person, can you come back and add those?
Yes, you can add them back on. You just have to reapprove the schedule.
You would just have to
Just add it to the approved schedule.
because I think that may be something that the board is looking towards, maybe, is having one person.
Almost an athletic events / coordinator, athletic duties,
I think
events
so.
coordinator kind of thing.
I would even include special event coordinator or
Special
something.
event coordinator.
Athletic special event coordinator, or something like that. I mean, it's a thought.
Yeah.
It's just, it would, I'm trying to think what's best for the district. A full-time person to make sure they manage, full-time the facilities that the district now has.
With a focus.
And can focus and not,
Have other duties.
yeah.
Brenda, do you know what they would need an infinite campus person at the high school? That's a $3,500 stipend, I'm just curious.
I would say it's scheduling classes. Is what, I mean, if I was a vetting person, I would think that they're the master scheduler. And I don't know if that is above and beyond a guidance counselor. See, I don't know, but, huh? We have a data coordinator who does all of that, but then at the high school, they have to do their own scheduling. So somebody was probably in charge of the scheduling at the high school, which I would say for 1,500 students is probably pretty massive. and they may, I don't know how it works, but the counselors may work with that person, but there is a lot of schedule changes. If you've ever had a high school student, you know that there's a lot of schedule changes. So I don't know if that person, there's nobody here to really answer
I'm
for us.
looking, I'm trying to see.
Thank you.
I was gonna see if it was assigned to that.
I'm sending you all an email too, it's got descriptions of all of these. I apologize, I thought you had it. I'm sending it to you right now.
I thought we got it.
I thought you did.
I thought we got it.
I didn't get it.
I thought I got it.
But I was having a terrible time with Scarlett's email, and I finally did get it open, yay.
I'm sorry.
No, it was
That is
fine.
my little personal list, and it was.
No, you were fine, and then the red and all that, I was like, what has she got going on with the
Well,
red?
the counselors
It's a
does hold
different
that
law for
stipend.
classified than it is for certified, so when I send them a letter, I have to use this classified law and this certified law, and that was my little list that's just for me.
You're
Pretty
right. I just had
classified.
to ask, and I was a little confused.
Where'd she just leave?
It's
Yeah.
gone.
Don't give anybody any ideas.
She's left the room.
Motion?
Are you gonna adjourn?
It's past my bedtime.
I mean, I know we're.
We have a lot left on here to discuss too, is the problem.
I would suggest if you're hung up on the athletic director, you
Pull it out.
pull him out.
Well, I'm not
Yeah.
hung up on it, I just don't know if,
No,
I
I
just
mean-
wanna talk about,
I
maybe
know,
discuss
that's
it
what I'm
to see.
saying. I mean, but I think we need to,
That gives you the.
that would give us the opportunity,
Mhm.
and I don't mean hung up on it, I don't mean to sound like that. I'm thinking, if we're thinking about a different way of doing it, let's not hold it up
Yep.
tonight.
I agree.
Remove them, and then we can come back.
Mhm.
She said
We can always add it, we
Yeah,
can add it
add
next
to
month
that.
if we need to.
Yeah,
It
but I
gives
think
us
it's a
that-
good
gives us-
conversation to
Yeah.
have. I mean,
I think so.
Yeah.
Help us get the most.
I mean, the biggest,
Is it 23.5 for all three of them together? Because you got your Campbell athletic director.
10, 10,
10,
and
10,
5.
10, 10, and 5.
Mhm.
the stipends, we can wait till next month. The biggest thing was getting those
The
salary
salary
tables
tables.
approved so we can get them posted, because we have jobs already posted for next year, people who know they're gonna be
Yeah.
paid.
Okay.
So we've done the major piece that we really needed those approved. If we want to, once again, table stipends, and talk about them at the June meeting, we can add them to the
Well,
June meeting.
I'm okay with the stipends other than the
Athletic.
athletic director, and I know it's gonna cost the district more for us,
But
one
I think we
person.
need it.
But
with
if that
our-
person's focused and they can bring more value to the district, then maybe it's worth that discussion.
I think so.
I'll
maybe
tell you what
the,
happened to it before, when I first came,
Mm-hmm.
it takes management of that person.
yes.
Back in the day when I first came, he got paid like a teacher. But he didn't take on things like, he didn't take on anything middle school. And it needs to be.
You have to write the job
If it's district, it
And
needs to be
It
district.
needs to be district. And it needs to be the person, listen, those people schedule refs, they schedule tournaments, and Don can tell you it's huge.
Is it too much for one person?
I don't think it's too much for one person, but
Okay.
but I think they need to be paid and they need to be full-time focused on what,
Right.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean,
That's
because
their
Don,
full-time
would you
job,
agree,
I
that would agree coordinating the care
That's
of
why
the
it's split
facility,
out.
as well as the
It's not
lawns,
the-
the turfs.
Keeping up with all the coaches' training.
Yeah, I would think we would.
That is a huge facility with a big responsibility,
Mhm.
part-time people, it's just.
Person in that role.
It's not just your high
Yes.
school, your middle school has virtually every sport. in
Every
high
school,
Yeah.
yes.
That's right.
Yeah.
So you just-
It's a big.
It's a
And they
big,
have their own fields, what used to be the high school fields are now middle school fields.
right, so you've doubled.
We have to.
It's almost like they would also, I don't know, need a contact at each school to be paid.
So it's some sort of small,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's why you have a district athletic position,
And a
and it's high
GRC.
school, and
Right.
it's RDC, that's that very reason, that's the concept.
It was easier
They
to
assist-
figure
they-
it
They
out.
assist the district athletic director,
Right.
they're doing the day-to-day routine stuff, and wherever else they can help.
And the hiring, and the making sure they're not on the field, if they're not hired, that used to be a huge problem, that we don't pay them anymore. Make sure they don't work until they're back their chest and everything like that.
I think we table the stipends.
All of them?
Well, I mean, I think we need to move on.
I'm okay with all the stipends except the discussion on the ADs.
Okay, do you want to pull
You
them
want to
out?
pull that
Let's pull the
out?
ADs.
Okay.
Let's pull the position of ADs out, and I'll make a motion, we approve stipends as presented, and except for the athletic director positions. And then we can always put them back on next month. Is that loud? Can you, is that?
I heard you, second.
I'll
Okay.
second.
We don't have them.
Yeah, I'll second.
Ms. Richardson, second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. 4-0. Okay. This one.
All approved except for the athletic.
Oh, that's later. And we'll, we'll address that next meeting.
I do think it's a good conversation.
Yeah, I think it's a good conversation.
At this point, before we go
We may end up going back to exactly what it was.
Exactly.
Okay. So that was, item 7. We're now, we're on item 8, consider discussion and approval of virtual academy.
May I preface something just for a few minutes before we get into the weeds? If you know any of us here at Central Office, you know that we are 100% for kids. So some of this stuff that I may say here sounds negative, but it's not meant that way, okay? So just remember that the home hospital is still the criteria. If they meet the expectations and the law, the students can always be on home hospital, not necessarily have to be a distance learner. Before this situation happened to every single one of us, not only in Clark County, but in the nation, what did we do before? I want to give you a few examples of just what happened today at 9 o'clock. So I have to do a home visit, and after 2 hours, 3 police officers, 2 addresses, we finally find an 8-year-old boy. He's a distance learner. For whatever purpose, I'm confidentiality, we can't get into it, but Mom has given us the runaround. You just can't imagine how many times. Ended up finding him at an aunt's house with an ex-husband. Today's Monday. He should be in school. In a traditional year, he would be in school. Distance learners versus sports. Some counties, if you're a distance learner, you don't participate in sports. You don't participate in field day. You don't do end-of-the-year activities. In a traditional year, you have to be in good standing, behavior and grades, in order to participate in things. Today at 1:58, this is Monday, we in school on Friday, bless the grandma's heart, she emailed me a distance learner platform change for her high school 9th grade girl because she just don't want to come to school anymore. Distance learning is not taken seriously in some instances, and all these are some instances. They're not everybody, okay? I don't mean that to sound that way. If we don't allow private school, high school, and home hospital, just, food for thought, to participate in outside activities versus just sitting in the classroom, should we allow it for distance learners? Truancy has become an issue, and every Tuesday and Thursday when I'm in court, the judges we don't know what to do. Ask some attorney friends, ask husbands, friends. It's a different ballgame. Of course, it's this year, we're all in the same boat. But what do we do with, and you'll have that graph in a minute that you'll see, one has 97 absences. We chase them down daily. And it's the distance learners. And just food for thought before we get into the results, are we creating a generation of who's in charge, the student or the parent? Are we making a low work ethic? Because they do, not all. Some stay up all night, sleep all day. Antisocial, they have no social skills, no communication skills, teamwork mentality, and that's what they've got to have to be good adults. They're not getting to practice that. There's not a lot of effort put in, but they want all the benefits. And true success is to go through some hardships. And I'm afraid distance learning is a way to hide for some. This is some for all, not all kids. Because you have some distance learners that are successful and do the right thing. Okay, so the survey ended at noon today. And you don't care that I jump on back and forth to 7 and 8, right? You will see I emailed you the results, but I didn't know if you all would have time, so I made them in a folder for you as well.
Where did the surveys go out at?
They went through email for every parent, and some you'll see in your packet or your email. Some went twice, so we had to delete the duplicates because mom had an email, dad had an email. The one email that I forwarded you all, you saw the little girl and the mom that has, there was no email. So they didn't get it because there was no email.
I didn't get it either.
We'll have to look at you specifically.
Yeah, 'cause
As a parent in IC, you should have gotten it if there was a line for an email. So I will find out.
Yeah, I didn't include the results, I didn't know I should sit down.
Okay. I will check and see
Yeah, 'cause
if
that's
your
full.
parent side of it had an email. So in your packet, you're going to see the results of the survey itself. There's 2 sheets. I've also included the current blended learning groups of 75.44 to your 24.56. I've also included your current enrollment as of today. And then I went through and we looked up every student that had gotten the survey back from guardian, parent, whomever, and we deleted names so you could see what grade they are today, the grades they have in IC as of today, and the non-participation / attendance. Some are 0, some go to 65, you'll see one that's 109, they're all over the place. You will see 2 seniors for whatever purpose they took it. You'll see a definition of a grade for elementary K to 2 because they have numbers and not letter grades, except Concrete, who's doing something a little different this year. So out of the 1,260 distance learning students we have, we only have responses of 409. That is 32.5%. Very, very low. We extended it till this afternoon at noon just to we sent 2 notices. Returning in person, 270 say we are coming back. Distance learning, so out of all the people that responded, that's 139 left. 96 are saying that they want to stay out because of somebody in their home or somebody they're related to or close to. And then 43 of them are saying that it's themselves. Of course, a parent's answering for, the masses. You'll see that of that, distance learning for the projected next year, 34 say they're going to say yes and 66 say no, but the number that you're looking at is very, very small. It's 32.5% of the 24.56%, because this is only distance learners. Now the next graph we sent 2 surveys out. One was just to distance learners that are Clark County Public Schools. The other one is for private and homeschool. So if we found Infinite Campus, we did an ad hoc of all the kiddos that left us this year. And we used September 9th, I think, as the day, or September 8th. So all the kids that left us, private and homeschool, we sent them an email. Tell us if you're going to come back. Now those 211 kiddos, we've got 84 of those, which is 39.8%, and you'll see that 58 say they're coming back, 41 say not, and then we broke it down by school.
These student survey or these household survey wasn't provided the question on would you come back virtual or in person?
Just in person.
Just in person?
Mhm.
Okay.
You're talking about the private school, high school,
Yeah.
right? Yes, just in
Yeah.
person.
And out of the, I know this is a small sample size.
That's
On the
okay.
first one,
Mhm.
do we have a breakdown of students that are in good standing that did well in virtual learning?
Out of the 139, if you'll go to this sheet, and we took out all the duplicates in case mom or dad did it twice. We tried to put it in order. There's a couple out of order. You'll see some students are great. You can look down through Baker and Campbell and GRC, but you'll also see some that, you know, are not so.
And these are students that were virtual, they stayed virtual, correct?
And if, I mean, like you said, some of these are, like the very first one, for instance, 4As participated every time, according to Infinite Campus. And then you'll go down, you know, halfway through the page, well, almost to the end of the page, and you've got, they only missed half a day, according to iCampus. They have 2 Fs and 2 Cs. Well, at Campbell, you know, that's not a credit issue to 25 to graduate, but if you hop over to GRC, you're going to see student 2 has 12 non-participating or no attendance. And you're going to see they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Fs and a B. That child could possibly be a 10th grader again. Obviously, distance learning did not work for them, for whatever reason. I would hope that they would do a lot better in person with a, you know, teacher in front of them, 6 to 7 periods a day.
But isn't some districts doing applications where they have to meet minimum requirements to attend virtual, meaning they had to be in good standing, grade-wise, attendance-wise, last year, in order to even be considered to attend virtual?
My suggestion would be if you still choose to do distance learning as a district, then we would make an application process that would include everything that you must be in a contract almost with
Yeah.
in order to stay that way.
Now, someone that wasn't successful before shouldn't try to get, I mean, my opinion.
No, I agree. But you can't really, you can't really have that call.
They can fill out an application, from what I've seen in other districts, they're filling out an application.
If
And
you
if they don't
choose,
meet minimum requirements, then
They can't do
you
it.
won't be attending the virtual academy.
So
But if
can
you-
you read the requirements again from KDE on
the 3 choices.
uh-huh.
So the school is an A1 school with a separate principal and SBDM council. I mean, technically you're making another school in the district. Program is a full-time program. It's considered an A5. That would be, our Phoenix is an A5. So we could piggyback a program off of that school code because we already have an A5 school. And then a program is a full-time typical program where the student's primary enrollment resides at the school they're from. And then it would be left up to the school or your CAO and your DPP to work together, superintendent, to see what that's going to look like in every building. But I would still suggest you would have a contract.
Well, I think you almost have to have a contract. And if it did not work for them last year, that it's off the table.
I know, and since Josh is here, I'm going to put you on the spot. FRCs and counselors and teachers, our office, the 2 SASs, they have ran the roads. I mean, just to make sure these babies are upright, they're good, they're healthy, they're fed. I mean, how many homes have you been to, Beck? And if you do choose one of these, which is totally, they cannot be on this food program. Remember, that was number 14, I think? No meals, number 14. But since this meeting last week, Becky changed that. So 14 out of this application has been taken off the table.
They ended up getting a waiver that came through last week, so they did tell us what had come through the DPPs was incorrect, and now there's a waiver which does let us feed the virtual students, if we choose to. We don't have to, but if we choose to, we can.
Is it daily or can it, it would be daily?
Yes.
And what would you have to take it to then?
No, they would have to.
They have to come
They
to a
have to
pickup.
come.
Yeah.
If you choose, like I said, please don't think I'm just negative Nancy here, but if you did choose to do a distance learning, the contract, some of the numbers 1 through 15, are going to be in that, obviously, because it's part of the law, but they cannot go back and forth. Greg and I've talked a dozen times, you're going to have to make this decision that's for the year, and then you're going to have to decide, can they do school and sports and activities? I mean, one decision is going to lead to a bunch of other conversations.
Yeah, well, if they can't come to school because of health reasons, you wouldn't think they could play sports.
Not necessarily, because you're talking about a smaller group, same thing we got into this year.
So,
You're putting them in a smaller group in a sports setting.
but they're also sweaty, stinky, spit. I mean, it's just,
saying,
there's two
there's an
sides,
argument to both
but
sides. Yep.
And I guess I'm looking at it as students that maybe did well in virtual, that, that want to stay on virtual, that, I know there's health, people with health reasons, but I'm sure there's students out there that did very well and want to stay in virtual. And to penalize them for not being able to play if they're in good standing grade-wise, I don't know if that would be the right thing to do.
Cash has been on virtual, been honor roll, and principal list student all year. He's playing baseball right now, but he wears his mask, he goes in that dugout, he knows his limits, he knows what he can and can't do. He just takes extra precautions, because he knows what is expected of him. I can't hold him back, but I also can't just throw him in a classroom with 30 kids either, until vaccines are made available. I mean, that's just the reality of our lives.
Well, how does home hospital fit in? What's it
home
look like?
hospital has certain criteria that you have to have. It would be a medical physician or a mental health specialist that would tell us whether the child needs this service. And then the teachers, go into the home or some type of a distance learning, depending on what this is going to look like, and they provide services, of course, in conversations with the teachers. So right now we have 2 teachers. Would we need to add more? It depends on, how those numbers fall. Greg, usually it's 40-ish, give or take a few in a traditional year, maybe.
It can be well more than that, it just depends on the severity of the student.
So like this year, we have anywhere from 5 to 10, because distance learning
I
was,
bet it was lower this year.
But they also will rotate on and
On.
off, so it's not.
Every 6
very,
months.
Very few students are year-long students, we
In
do
home
have some of
hospital.
those, but a lot of times they're on for a period of time. But as soon as you roll one off, you'll get 1 to 2 more on, it's a continuous cycle.
What was the third choice?
on the KDEs. The program is a full-time program, and it's where the student's primary enrollment resides in the school. Once again, they're mentioning an A5, so we could, I'm sorry, that was the program. You said the third one. Academics. A school within a school, modeling, enabling students to be scheduled in a full-time virtual course while their load is still retaining enrollment at that A1 school. I'm sorry, I never got to read that one, did I? So we would kind of probably adjust with the department on kind of what we did this year, but with some adjustments.
So if you did Phoenix, I think you and I talked about this, but I can't remember. They could do 6 and up. They could oversee 6 and up. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, 6th grade and up.
I think you would have to relook at it as a school within a school.
Age 12 and up, okay.
The facility itself, using the code, I mean, that would be a conversation we would have to talk about, because some students at Phoenix are there because it's a better environment, low numbers. Some are there by a judge.
No, I understand that, but if it's virtual, if that's they're not gonna be there, they're virtual. So-
Right. So we would use the program, which is choice 2, we would use, piggyback on
Right.
the code that we already have, A5 school, which
Which
is
would-
Phoenix Academy.
So would that principal be the overseer of,
That would be a discussion that the cabinet, the chief academic officer, superintendent, all of us would have to have if that's the one you chose.
Would that be the easiest course
you still would have to get?
than the other options, because to utilize that code?
It's better than the first choice to invent a whole new school.
Well, I understand that.
Right now, luckily, the academics piece had a chance to put teachers in the elementary, and I think Josh pulled out 2 of his teachers. You know, they were assigned to a teacher, they didn't have to go back and forth. I don't know. That would kind of be the academy, like what we did this year. So it would look different. We would have to, you know, dig into it and look at that program choice. You know, would we do the same thing and just have teachers housed there and remotely?
Yeah, why would
You know.
you wouldn't need, I mean, it's all
I don't know.
virtual, you wouldn't need teachers to be housed at.
Or they could do it from home?
I'm just saying, let her oversee the actual.
I know, but
Yeah.
they
Yeah, they
wouldn't
could
need
do
to
it
be
from
virtual.
wherever they're
I mean,
at.
they wouldn't need to be.
Well,
actually
you would,
housed in Phoenix,
I think if
right?
you choose the program one, you are gonna have to hire different people, because it's gonna be taking away, like Josh's 2 teachers, they would probably end up doing something different, because those number of students are not gonna be assigned to Baker and those teachers anymore. They're gonna be assigned to the new,
Okay.
yeah, A5 school. So you'd have to have somebody there to do virtually with them, you know, the teacher-wise. Now, whether they were at home or
Right.
sitting over at Phoenix or whatever. I know that Phoenix has a certain ratio of numbers, so I'm pretty sure we couldn't use those teachers.
Well, they need to be focused on what they need to do.
Yeah.
So I think if you do program, you would have to have some staff added that are outside of the traditional teachers that are in these buildings right now. And on the application as a whole, before we went to the principals 2 Fridays ago, we only said 7th through 12th grade, because the kindergarten to 6th grade needed to be their best in front of a person. And if you look,
Any kid's gonna be better in front of a teacher, and you know that, but if
I
they
know.
just can't be there.
you'll see Baker has 25 responded, and then you've got a few elementaries. Of course, it'd be wonderful if people would, you don't have to look up your issue, but,
Yeah, I didn't,
Wow.
'cause I even checked Gary's too, he didn't have it either.
and we sent it twice, so we'll have to find out.
So would we have to hire, would new teachers need to be hired, or would teachers be reallocated?
Well, the staff part and the academic part, Greg, you want to chime? Because the student part's me.
We do have to take a look at the numbers of who's coming in to see, but most likely that would be additional staff. You probably would not see enough pulled out from the regular numbers to actually take staff. That's probably not going to break down, where we actually move the current teacher and put them in virtual. So a safe bet would be that numbers of the staff would increase.
Just talking off, you know, right off the top of my head, if you have an elementary teacher who's usually certified from K to 5-ish now, you know, what if there was only 20 kids? You know, it was the application process, it was approved, and that one could do all 4 schools. You know, usually middle school is 5 to 9, specializing in 2 different areas. So you might have one teacher that's a science and a math teacher, and then a language arts and a social studies teacher. So they, you know, 2 employees, plus a special ed teacher. You might need a paraeducator. And high school is a different beast altogether, because you're not going to find anybody that has more than one specialty. Or we can work with them and do, you know, where is applicable, a home hospital situation. But we need some guidance from you all. We've really got to get our plan, or somewhat of a plan, to KDE, and then start working into the weeds with whatever plan that happens to be.
Somebody that did home hospital and all that, I don't know that that's the right answer, because then you're taking away from kids that truly need those teachers at their house. Such as, like I said, Cash doesn't really need that teacher to come to his house and sit down with him and do that, like they have to do. And that was,
If you want to meet in the middle, and you have your 3 choices, and no distance learning is not in your all's, you know, your preview, you don't want to go down that at all, then working with all the departments in an academy might be the best option, but you're still going to have to decide on your grade level. Are you going to include K to 12, or are you just going to do 7 to 12? And you have to think about this. The new law states that they have to take attendance. If you are 7th grade and up, they're going to have to take attendance. I'm sorry, it might be sixth grade. Sixth grade and up. Elementary, because most of our state, has K to 5. They are doing it twice a day for attendance. So it can't be the same scenario that we went through this year because they have to take attendance six hours a day. Those students are going to have to be in front of them somehow. And like we talked about last Monday, is that live? We don't know how in the world that would work with a computer camera sitting in every classroom.
So you're saying they're gonna take attendance 6 times today?
Yes. I'll try to find that and read it to you.
6, I thought you said twice a day.
No, that's elementary. That's K to 5.
You're talking about high school.
K to 5.
For every
And it
class.
has to be 3 hours apart. Elementary is twice a day, 3 hours apart.
So they're doing morning and afternoon.
And if they're not on, there's no more non-participation. It's all attendance. They have to have a doctor's note and a parent note, just like they would. And it has to be exactly, I don't know how do you do a lab? Do you require them to come in at certain times during the day to do a lab, like for science? Because it has to be the same.
That's what they did.
The student in person versus the distance learning.
Yeah, they brought on the end, so the distance, the ones that stayed virtual, we had to come in at a certain time by ourselves. I don't know if you were asking me that or not.
I don't even remember now.
Sorry, I'll give you the answer.
You're fine. And number 6 does say, which does give us some support, all students shall be full-time enrolled in a virtual school program or academy all year long. I mean, they're not going to be able to call and
Go in
and
that,
change.
which I think is good.
That'll be part of the contract.
I love athletics, and I'm not, we watched my brother do everything from all the way to Moorhead through college. But you can't be in a state tournament of whatever sport it is and decide you want to quarantine your team just so they don't get a chance of COVID. And then you want to bring them back in again. That's some of the craziness we've all dealt with this year. And then they get mad because they can't.
So some teams did, some couldn't, right?
We have to be very specific, and what's good for one is good for everyone with this contract. I hate to use that word, but I don't know what other word it would be, application or...
So this is for this upcoming school year. So next year, do you think we'll be having the same conversation
I hope not.
about virtual?
I hope everybody wants to come. And like we talked about, I know Greg was mentioning the mental health piece when you all talked about the new do-over year. That third grader's decision is being made from their parent. When that baby is still, to me, a third grade baby, when all the peers go to fourth grade, he or she's not going to understand, why am I not going? What did I do? When they were probably, they could have been the great student. They could have been, good grades, good behavior, but their parents has made a choice. It's different when it's a high school. Because I'm thinking that the parent had the conversation with the student. But, those little biddies, they're going to feel that. Well, I think they're going to feel that way.
What's your recommendation? Which direction?
I want us to be in person the very best we can. I want us to give every kid the very best opportunity they have. That's the only thing we can control. We can't control their home. We can't, when they're here with us. So you're going to have exceptions to the rule. But can we try distance learning through the home hospital? Some may work, some may not, and we'll come over those hurdles as we, get them in front of us. I just want everybody back in person. That's my...
Because it doesn't look like there's that many kids that are going to stay virtual. Am I reading that right?
Well, it would be wonderful if we had all 1,200 kids take it, but like we know, actually, we've got a glitch somewhere with her.
Yeah.
But we did our best. We tried. We sent it out twice. And I know it sounds like Debbie Downer, but I still think some of the decisions are a way to not necessarily hide, but kids are going to be kids. They're teenagers. They'd rather stay up all night and play this than to get up and go to school. And what are we setting a precedent for them as young adults?
I think this sets the standard for a lot of stuff in life.
Those kids learn work ethic by getting up, coming to school, having certain things due. I mean, it does, it helps that. And at least we can help them 6, 7 hours a day. But we will work with whatever choice you all choose and do the very best we can by the kiddos. Greg, do you want to add anything?
No, that's good. That's just a challenge, and going back to the question that Wisconsin asked. If we entertain this, or this is being entertained across the state, we're just going with opinions, but we're going with what we're seeing as trends. I think that this is going to be a continuation. I hate to use the same analogy every time, but if the genie's out of the bottle, you're not stuck with the genie back in the bottle. So I think that's the real discussion for us to have this year, where we can put the genie back in the bottle, or if we let them out. So.
Mr. Christie, do you want to add any thought? One of my biggest concerns was the food, and thank goodness someone fixed that. Someone thought about it.
The attendance piece is scary.
We will be funded.
What we're gonna do to you, not next year, but the year after.
Right.
AEA.
We're still going to be funded 2018-19 for next year, but the baseline is being set for the 2022 based on our attendance this coming year. So it does matter. I mean, it mattered this year, but I mean, it matters. And Bill and Ashley are right. Some students can be successful. I do think it's the upper grades because they're more mature. They usually have more stamina, I would think, to sit at a computer than the little babies.
Well, like Baker did pretty well from what you presented. There's only a few that did not do well on the paper.
And we were discussing, the reason we chose that 7th grade was for maturity purposes too. But if you think about trying to teach a K and a 1 to read on a computer, flashcards, foundational math, that's kind of a little difficult.
I feel like we're missing, we're gonna overlook a segment of our students that could thrive or do well in virtual, that doesn't necessarily qualify for the hospital. And we've got surrounding counties offering it too. So if we don't offer it, we're gonna lose students to other counties.
We always, can have that for the non-resident contract, and plus with that new bill, you don't even have to have a non-resident contract anymore. They can go, doesn't start till the next year, but we did do, I know I thought I told you all this last time, but we went out to all the DPPs to say, hey, what are you doing? They all had a difference. Some were gonna make it so difficult, just to be honest, that, it might reflect on whether a child could even do it or not. Some were not even going to mention it till they had to, and the state made them. Of course, they have to make a choice now. Fayette County, like I told you, is going to do specific subject areas at different schools. Teachers will be assigned to those students.
Rockcastle has my rock.
Now Mercer, they say, is one that has done it for years. I'd have to go get my paper to remember the rest.
Doing it. It's like, which one's that? One's got an online contract. That's Rockcastle.
We just have a lot of work to do. I know it sounds like, a whole summer, but they'll start making choices soon. Specifically after, that holiday comes in July. They'll start enrolling. Did we help any? Did it not make a difference?
I just wish more people would have participated, because it would at least let us, you know, it's hard to survey, it really is, it's hard to get that many counties doing this.
Well, County's not working.
Can't pull up Madison City. I thought all along this was gonna be our plan, that we were gonna offer some type of virtual.
Is that all 5 of your wishes, and then we can narrow the scope, or?
Well, last week was the first time I knew that it wasn't good virtual. I found that out, found that out, or heard about it. So I was a little shocked. So,
Sadly, we're finding out about it from teachers that are saying, why are we not doing virtual? Because some kids need to do virtual. Because that's how we heard about it.
and I may be wrong, and I hope I am wrong, but I feel like there is gonna be a virtual segment going forward. It may be small. I hope it's small, but I think there will be a virtual segment of students that can take advantage of additional courses, can do more work, and get more education virtually, because they're just enhanced and they can do that. Being sitting in school and waiting for everybody to catch up in class, that they're in. And I'm saying that just, I think we could really help some. I know it's a small segment, but there's probably, I'm sure there's students out there that could thrive in it.
So if you chose to continue, we would put a number, that maybe X per school, per grade span, some type of a number to cap it out on. That would be something else you all would need to think about to move forward. But please don't think that we were trying to do anything behind your all's back, because in the second paragraph, it says, these waivers requested are reviewed and approved at a meeting of the District Board of Education. And everybody would put in, like I put in March 17th, that was the first, but we didn't choose any of the 3 in the admin meeting. So it wasn't, so please don't think anybody was doing anything behind your
I
back.
didn't mean to lose that. It was just, I guess, a bad assumption on my part that was always going to become a component of education going forward.
And Greg and I talked, we were the biggest one, let's jump on it and make it the biggest and the best, until we were, put in a corner with only these 3 choices. But if that's what you all choose, as a board, we can work and make whatever happen. You all just let us know what your vision is. Either no distance learning, or yes, you want it. So the next step is what grade or grades, and then we will have to work up an application, a contract. We'll have to send out another survey to say, hey, this was approved by the board on the 24th. We need to know, in the coming months. It won't be tomorrow, but.
I think you've got to find out how many grade, or how many in each grade. Obviously, definitely kindergarten, if we can get them in the buildings, we need them in the buildings.
I think all elementary.
I do too.
To be honest, all 4 of the elementary teachers, I'm not speaking, Greg, help me, every one of them jumped off board first.
Yeah.
We need them. And then it followed suit. It followed with Josh, and then it was with RDC, we don't want it. And David had Jamie there as a representative, and he said, neither do we. So that's why we went with what we did.
As an old teacher and principal, I always hated when the child went on home hospital, because I knew they were missing out. And as much as we would give them the work that happened that day, as a teacher, they missed all the conversations that we had that you cannot capture at home. There is so much more learning besides the worksheet that I'm going to send for them to do at night, or the computer that I'm going to ask them to get on and do something. I know what I taught in my room, and guess what? They didn't want to miss school.
They don't want to.
They wanted to be there,
But some can't help it.
And why take away their virtual where they can actually see what's going on, and a teacher that they have is videoing, and they're getting to at least have that, or see a teacher live.
Are we gonna be able to do that?
Yeah,
I mean, that's my thing. Can we duplicate that? I mean,
We've talked about it over and over, and I don't know how we can duplicate the exact same thing. I mean, because you can't control what happens in that room at that one particular time. If the child, help me, Justin, if the child has a Chromebook in front of them and they're watching it at home, they can hit a record button. I mean, the technology is wonderful, but it also brings some other things.
Yeah, especially issues of like, where the camera's actually gonna be recording, like, it's recording students in a classroom that aren't allowed to be on camera. Plus you factor in if it's just, you know, if it's, 20 different kids are on virtual learning, the model that Baker has now is awesome. And that is just, the virtual kids have virtual teachers, but if you go to a situation where it's like, this teacher has one or two virtual, and this teacher, and this, and all of a sudden you're starting to really tie up the bandwidth going out in and out of our district. So I'm more concerned about the privacy issue of
The high school,
classes being recorded and kids being on camera
that shouldn't.
that shouldn't be.
Like my day with Cash, he gets online with a teacher. She does his work with him, he interacts with her, he's in there just chit-chatting away, talking to her, she knows his whole life story.
so the 4 elementaries have one teacher that's just
Yes.
for distance
That's-
learners.
So she's standing at a board, she's teaching him, she's sharing screens with him, he is getting an education.
But we don't know if that's what it's gonna look like next year, right? Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Well, that would also be with the conversation.
But where it becomes difficult is when you
High
start
school.
getting into Baker,
Yeah.
and when,
Right,
when
when all
one
those
teacher is
content,
certified to
right.
teach across the board, like you are telling me, one teacher can teach first, second, third graders, fourth grade, they teach them all. And they're certified to teach them all, and he said, you can't get that when you get to Baker, they gotta have, they're specialized, so it's gonna take different teachers getting on at different times. When you get to high school, that's 7 different classes a day, that's 7 different teachers for the student.
And so it is all or none? Is that
Well-
I'm doing,
like 7 through?
I don't well,
I mean,
the grades,
is it-
it's the grade levels with your virtual school academy or program serve as a waiver of the description below, and it has them K to 12 individual boxes. You can choose all, half, none, every other, whatever. For example, with the high school and what Mr. Christie was talking about, to be welding, for instance, Coy Hall, he's a wonderful teacher, I can say his name, he would come in on Wednesdays because they have to have hands-on welding to get their certificates. They're preparatory students, they have to get it to move forward. I'm assuming that we'll be there Monday through Friday in a traditional year next year. Where is that, what are we gonna do with that? Are they gonna have to come in at night? I don't know what that would look like.
I will say with our setup, when we first started this, I knew I wanted to pull 2 teachers to do it. When I pulled 2 teachers, those 2 teachers, we have the 5th and 6th grade for the district, they have 240 kids.
Oh, my God.
Okay, I just want you all to be aware that they've done a tremendous job. I can't sing their praises enough. They have 240 kids, about 120 in 5th, 120 in 6th, and they swap them. Baker's kid, those kids on distance learning, they get math and, they get math and ELA Monday, Wednesday, Friday for 1 hour. So I want you to, it's not a 7-hour day, it's a 3-hour day, and then on Tuesday, Thursday, get to social studies and like a related arts. It's a staffing issue, so 2 then became 3 because kids had IEPs and we had to give a full-time special education teacher, and then we had to get 1 student required an aide, we had to give the aide, so we have a 4-man team, and we're still way understaffed. I mean, they've done a tremendous job. I can't sing their praises enough, but just to kind of paint that picture of what they're seeing, even with success, we still got a mountain in front of them.
And I'm not throwing GRC under the bus at all. We work together. But when you are a specific algebra teacher and you're teaching right now a group of children and you have a couple on distance learning, they're not getting that true in-person versus the distance learning. They're giving assignments online, Google Doc or whatever. It just is the way it is. And I'm sure it's every other high school, across the state as well. It's not like we're the only ones. I just don't see how, because they are so specialized in their expertise.
So at the high school level, it actually sounds like we need to have a teacher for almost each subject.
And you're talking about a school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're talking about school.
Because if you're in algebra, most of the time, Greg, once again, I don't want to talk for you.
Well, no, I mean, that's what I was gonna say, that's where Apex comes in.
Yes.
If we could have utilized Apex without any, whether they pigeonhole us, this is a totally different conversation, because if you're signing up for it, you're going into it willingly, you know that you have to be able to, sort of like the old correspondence classes at university, where you would do it separate. That's kind of what the Apex does for it. So that would be a great way to do it, except the parameters that they put on. So you have to be with the teacher, you have to see them, they have to be in contact, attendance every day. So that really takes back what Apex brings to the table.
Number 8 says the virtual school program or academy should have teachers and other staff assigned to support and provide instructional alignment to the grade level expectation. It should be vetted, usage, high quality instructional resources, just like you would if you were sitting in the chair.
Saul, in your superintendent meeting, have you still been going to the superintendent meetings? Are they talking about changing any of this again? Because I know all this stuff usually is a moving document.
We have had one since like teachers now.
When is the next one supposed to be?
My only problem is this was due, tentatively May 1st, so I don't know that they would change, but they could, Katie, you could.
I mean, they just changed the food part of it.
Yes, that was a great thing because we got to feed the babies. I mean, I was very happy about that. I mean, sometimes you all know this is the only way our students eat. I don't even know who put number 14 in. What's your gut tell you?
See where I stand, so this is everybody else. I'm for virtual academy myself. Where everybody else stands.
I'm kind of not, just because the teacher in me.
For all, any grade level or?
Yeah, because outside of just teaching and learning, there's the whole social and emotional thing with kids.
That's what I worry about, is
I'm gonna tell you, I am 100% virtual for work, and I hate it. I despise it. I'm in front of a computer 7 hours a day. I'm doing Teams meetings. I mean, I'm quitting my job because I hate it. It's killing me. I've developed sciatica. I have developed a medical condition for working virtually. Think about that. And I'm a healthy person. And the only thing I can do now is quit my job. Or,
Better than burying your child.
yeah. But I think you have an option. I don't think that if we decide to not have a virtual academy, that if your child has a medical condition, they're going to be able to get an education, just like,
I've sat here meeting after meeting after meeting, and I've listened to football, we gotta play football, and we gotta do this, and we gotta do that. But when you start talking about kids that's got health issues and all that, let's go back in the building, when it's only such a small percentage. Let's not even discuss the virtual option or nothing like that.
Let's talk about
It's not.
a middle. I mean,
No, I think it's sad. You had a woman stand up there crying because her family can't have a child in school. Where's your pen, Bill? So we're just gonna throw those kids to the wolves. I happen to have one of those kids. My kid's life is worth more than that. But y'all have a great night.
All right. Any other discussion?
if you all feel strongly one way or the other, I mean, if you look at an academy and you make an application process where they have to come with the principal, the DPP, the CAO, the superintendent, and we look at it and we have to make sure what they're saying is the truth. I mean, it's an application. They can't just put on there because I want to. Because most likely that is a student choice. And, you know, you are the parent. But not all cases. I mean, we know one case in particular. But I do think elementary, and you know, when the state talks about elementary, they're thinking K to 5. And I'd hate to split up a school that's 5 to 6. But then, you know, not to, Justin's not here, I'm sure he's listening, but 7 and 8 said they want them. It's hard for me to not go with my colleagues on when they're in the trenches. But I want to do what's right by everybody. But sometimes the hardest decisions are not the most popular.
It's hard. It's a hard decision to make, but you have to realize that we're making it for 5,000 students. Not one.
We're making it for a segment of that population.
Right.
And unfortunately, we don't have a very good respondent.
I know. I mean,
we didn't get a very good response from the survey. I mean, me personally, I still think we could do something virtually. I don't know exactly what that
it
would look
looks
like.
like.
That's my problem. But I still think we should be able to do something virtually. But,
elementary.
well, yeah, I'm
You
not
know,
saying, and I'm
I
not
know.
saying we do all, you know, every grade. I mean, you look at the documents that's been presented, some
Some
did really well.
Mhm.
Some did really well.
And a lot of those, the sad thing is that some of those students would be homeschooled because they would function better at homeschool anyway. And so we're always, I mean, Bill, we've got like 400 kids in this district that are homeschooled, I mean, to start with. We don't want to lose more to homeschool. You see what I'm saying? But yet, we've got to figure out how we can educate.
Why would we lose more?
If we don't have a virtual, they could, I mean, you can
If
go
they
homeschool.
choose.
Yeah, but yeah, if we don't have a virtual,
That's
then
what I'm
more
saying.
could go homeschool.
Exactly.
But if we have 400 that's been homeschooled now, we have a virtual, maybe some may come back.
It
Don't
would
know.
have come back this year.
I would have thought, but
I
you
would have
never know.
thought. I mean, I don't know. That may be something to look into.
Depends on how the structure of the virtual academy be set up.
Right.
What
So it
about
would.
the home hospital? Can you revamp that?
It's the laws. You
It's the
can't
law.
change.
So you couldn't do any kind of
No.
apex
Asterisk? Let's
learning
put
with
an
that?
asterisk on
Greg and I've tried to ponder that in our head. How can we make it work? But the laws are, you know, the laws. We can't change those.
Right.
I mean, it specifically states how many hours you have to document with that teacher in that home with those students. You know, it says in the law, home hospital students are not allowed to participate in sports. That's part of it. You know, that's not us. That's hire us. Yeah, extracurricular.
Is there a motion from anybody?
Do you, I hate it. I mean, just because it's my opinion doesn't mean that it has to.
Right. That's me. I mean, that was just my opinion.
Being at Strode, I just wish, luckily in that situation, she's had a very good, I just wish I could take you on some of the visits.
Now, I don't know what the answer is. I just feel like there is a way to do it, but I don't know how. I'll have to rely on you all to kind of do that.
Well, to do right by kids, it's not gonna hurt my feelings to send this in and say it's 100% about kids and we're not ready yet. Doesn't hurt my feelings either. Because that's what we're here about. We shouldn't worry about one kid, 5 kids. We need to worry about all of them. But some decisions are going to not be very popular.
We're not gonna make everybody happy. We know that.
And I also hate to go against our colleagues that are in these trenches every day.
So the teachers overwhelmingly think the kids need to be in school.
The teachers, I cannot say. It was an admin meeting.
Oh, it was an
So
admin
I would be
meeting. Okay.
making that up if I said that, because it was an admin meeting.
Motion by anybody?
And I honestly don't know how to go about doing surveys any better unless we take them door to door. I mean,
Yeah.
if they don't.
When did the surveys go out?
The first day, It was Tuesday or Wednesday, Tuesday or Wednesday, and then it went out again on Friday. I'm pretty sure it went out Tuesday night, and then it went out again Friday.
Surprised we didn't get more respondents.
I know.
It's a shame. I
It's
figure at least a 50% ratio.
Now, on the private school, 32, I think, had already re-enrolled their kid.
Right.
So they weren't included in the survey, 36. 36 had already re-enrolled their kid for next year. So
So that's a good sign.
that's a good sign, real good sign.
I mean, I'm not against virtual learning at all. It's just, and I guess, Greg, I worry about if we do it this year, are we gonna do it next year? Are we gonna do it the year after and the year after? That's my worry.
No, I agree. And I think if we knew that they would pull the parameters back, give us some flexibility. Individually, that's a different conversation.
Mm-hmm. It is, but I mean, to have some of the to have 3 classes that you have to fit within is a worry.
Even if you chose the academy, you are still, I would think, wanting to put a cap on it, or it would just be as open-ended as it was this year. So what if you capped it at 20 and you were number application 21?
One, and you didn't get.
I mean, so,
I don't know. There's no good answer.
but like I said, it's a very important decision, and it doesn't hurt my feelings to do what's right by kids. Email KDE and say, we've tried twice, we still need, all they can do is say, tough, you're gonna have to have a decision.
Right.
That's the least, that's the worst they can do.
I don't know that it'd get any easier.
No,
Taking it down
but,
the road a week.
I don't know. Maybe we could come up with a application, bring it to you all, and see if we can deal with that. I don't know.
Everybody cold, huh?
Start feeling good.
Leave it.
I'll
Just
ask
one more
if there's a
question.
motion.
Teachers, how do you feel the teachers, because you're how do they feel in your school about distance learning versus in person? Just quickly.
I would have the same viewpoint as Ms. Constantine. They're teachers. They want the kids there. It's most effective.
I'm married to one and he would say the same.
It's hard, it really is, because you want them there because that's what school looks like.
We're all in the same boat.
Yeah.
But what would it look like if this hadn't happened?
Yes, yeah.
You
That's
just,
what it looks like. That's what it did look like.
And
I
what
am
it
still
could look like it
convinced.
again.
Still convinced there will be
Another one.
some
Don't
sort of
say
no,
it.
no. I think there will be some sort of segment. I think there will be virtual academies popping up. And if we don't do it, then somebody else will.
Right.
Now,
Now, there has been a virtual high school that you could.
and now it's gone away.
What was it?
Kentucky Virtual High School, because
No,
Greg and I
but
tried
then
to.
There's another one that's down in western Kentucky, and it has a school, what is its name?
I can't think of it right now. Is it?
I want to say it starts with Bethel, no?
I think that's Mercer County,
Is
right?
that Mercer?
I think.
Someone has one, because we get calls from parents that would say, how could we have our child enrolled in that school? And it's an actual school,
yeah,
but they would live in Clark.
but being enrolled there.
It's sort of like the universities, like Phoenix, like the online universities. Which I can see that for college students, but I think for K through 12, I think it's for their mental health.
To teach a first grader to read
I just
virtually.
don't see
I
that.
don't think this is a good fit for elementary.
So,
I
just
put
don't.
my twins in a daycare program during all this because they needed the interaction.
Yeah.
It made a, yes, huge difference.
I mean, that's
in
where
them.
I'm coming from, and I don't want to sound ugly about it, but I'm just going back to being the teacher, and I'm just thinking how virtually it's affected my life. I mean,
you give me the direction. Either you vote no, you vote to table, I'll come up with something else, I don't know what that is. I'll send KDE the email. It's all about kids, so.
Well, really, if there's a motion to approve, or if there's no motion, then it won't pass, so. Is there a motion on the table? Does anybody want to make a motion? Is that right, Mr. Thomas? If we don't vote, then it just doesn't pass.
That's, yeah, if you.
Can't get a motion.
You can't get a motion, it doesn't
So
pass.
yeah, if there is no motion, you call for a motion, and if nobody does anything, then there's no action taken.
Yeah.
And the matter dies for lack of a second.
But can it come back up?
You can bring
We
it.
can bring it up
Okay.
anytime, yeah.
I'll just need some direction on what you want to be brought back up, because it would be the same as,
Well, I don't
You know
think
what I
it'd be
mean?
fair if we just brought it back up this year. With timing, we're trying to do something now.
but,
She
We
has
have
to
to
have, she has to
Yeah.
have a plan.
yeah. So, I mean, you have to
No,
tell
not
me.
this year. I'm talking about if we
Oh,
wanted to
in
entertain
July?
something again, maybe next year, like this time next year, or earlier next year, to talk
Oh,
about it. See where we're at.
bring virtual back,
I mean, we'll see where we're at next
see
year.
where we are.
Yeah.
But we have to make the motions on something right now, correct?
Well, if you want
To,
to.
to
Yeah,
steer
go for
her
it.
in the
Because if we
direction.
don't, then she doesn't know
Yeah,
what to
she don't have
do.
to go. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get through the agenda.
I know, you too.
I know I love you all, but I've stood up here for an hour.
I know. I make a motion that we remain non-virtual, or that we, I don't know how to phrase it. I make a motion that,
We don't have a virtual program.
that we don't offer a virtual program,
Distance learning.
distance learning. I mean,
Ms.
What's the
Considine has
agenda
made a
say?
motion, the agenda says consider discussion and approval of virtual academy.
Okay, so I've made a motion to
Not approved.
Not approved.
not approve a virtual academy.
Okay. We have a motion by Ms. Considine, do we have a second?
I'll second.
So does the academy word also go for school and program?
We would know, we would have to actually say that there is no virtual, you'd have to modify your motion to include no virtual academy, school, or program.
Okay.
So, okay, you
Um,
you have that, Arlene? Okay, so we have a motion by Ms. Considine, second by Ms. Richardson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
We got 3-1. I vote no. I think we're doing good.
I don't know how to move forward.
Yeah, I
Nobody
don't,
wins.
I don't,
I don't
either.
either.
Yeah.
I don't either.
If we
Thank you.
do come up as a cabinet with something, we'll be glad to entertain it even this summer, okay?
Well, I think you could at that point, maybe.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right, next item, 10, consider approval of summer projects list and as presented by building administrator, Mr. Stump.
Thanks.
Thanks for staying with us.
Yeah, long but productive night. Actually, I've been on the football field since 5 this morning, putting
It
airplanes
looks
down.
good.
Looks great.
I
yeah.
passed it. I can't believe y'all got it all down in one
We
day.
got it down today, so I'm now 17 and a half hours into this day, so if I feel a little, present myself a little lethargic, you understand why. For the purpose of expediency, let me kind of review the document that you now have, again, in your binders. We have a summer project list that was submitted by the schools, led by the principals. This is what the principals and the schools are asking the board to consider. I put everything that the principals submitted to me that represented their school on this list, so I didn't delete anything. There are, as the board had requested, I called vendors and put the lead time on the right-hand side of this document. That gives you a general idea if you were to select any of these particular items. That's the lead time for materials to come in, not necessarily the install time, but the lead time for materials and possibly project completion on the right side of that. There are several funding mechanisms. I've also asked each principal at each school to prioritize these lists. On the left, you'll see the numbers from 1 to whatever, based on the number of items they have on their list. The number 1 being the highest priority for them, and the highest number being the least priority. You have several budgeting categories. You have your maintenance budget that's minimal this year at the end of the year, as Alicia presented to you. We were really tight on budgets this year. Then you have your ESSERS funds, which you're very familiar with what those funds are. Your general fund column, your safe schools column. I think Alicia presented to you earlier that your safe schools grant is roughly $144,000 a year. And you can see the total that we kind of have of items in that category, that how much would be left in that account if we were to approve all of the items in that particular category at the end. Then you have your ATC grant, which is the state grant for your ATC that can be used on these types of projects. And then finally, your capital outlay. And again, that's, was there described to you earlier, it's about $100 per child in our district, so it comes to roughly $450,000. And you can look at the total of that column and kind of discern how much you would have left in that project. And that has to be spent specifically on construction. So,
Which column represents Fund 400? Because there's $755,000 in Fund 400.
That's the capital account he's talking about. It's a mixture of your 310 and 320, and it's $750,000.
so that'd be the far right
The last
column.
one.
Right, and that has to be spent on construction. So that's typically $450,000 for us. And if I go to the end of that, where, you know, the projects on this list, if you were to do the ones in bold, is $349,000. Now, I'll just make one other point, and I'm subject to however you'd like to present on this. I bolded in all of the items that are budgeted in those categories. The ones that are not bolded are the ones that I didn't feel was very urgent at this point in time. But that's up for your discretion. I mean, if there's an item that's not bolded that you feel strongly about, certainly I'm willing to entertain a conversation or questions related to those particular items. But we did sit down as a central office staff and kind of brainstormed which items should fall which categories. If you were to approve this document bolded as it is, then the general fund would be $165,534 for all the bolded items. And you can see the totals on the last page for the other categories if you wanted to consider that. If you want to go through item by item and discuss these, I'm happy to do that as well. Or I can just stand here and entertain questions that you might have in any particular item, however you'd like to proceed.
So the bolded items, you feel like we could get done this summer?
I feel like we could get those done this summer under the budgeted categories that we're proposing, but I think certainly it's practical. If we went into the early school year, we could always work with contractors in August and September even to make sure we're working around kids. If we ran into delays or unexpected delays that were further from what we're projecting.
Like ordering, getting materials and stuff.
But the ones, the projects that we would start in June and July would be the ones where we had to get the work done with kids not in the room, like painting projects and things, door changes and things of that nature.
Yeah.
Those would be our priority in the summer months, and then we could carry this through into the school year next year.
Well, I'd like to ask Mr. Mount, since he's the only principal here tonight, and he has stayed with us. There's several things on your list that are kind of high, that you have listed as a priority that is not bold.
Like playground equipment?
Lockers, you have playground equipment.
Did we say that could be used in the ESSER?
I think an argument could be made for playgrounds, since you're spreading kids out in the open and outside. I think a good argument could be made for that. I'll pose an argument that Mr. Mounts posed to me that it kind of gives you a different twist on some of these items. He's requested new lockers, and he called me the other day and said, try this one on for size. You know, we have broken lockers all the way down our hallways. Kids are next to each other and spending longer periods of time trying to unlock their lockers. So their closeness together is extended because of our broken lockers. We're not able to stagger kids every other locker like we usually do, because you have one that's broke, two that's broke, three works, four broke. So I think he made an argument that makes the person at the very least think about it. But it's, you know, there's arguments that can be made sensibly and some that aren't so. But I think lockers is something that you can reasonably argue for based on that justification. And playground certainly, I think.
How do you get that approved? Do you have to put in like an how do you know you can use those funds? What's the process of determining if those funds
I don't think there's really a qualification process.
It's very loose.
Okay.
And approval from the state level, as long as we follow the matrix, the spending codes, that's really
And the state even said that they're not going to second guess districts on their justifications. As long as you're making a rational, argument, I think that would be difficult for the state to say no to. based on their correspondence with us.
Do we max out our ESSER funds in this?
Oh,
I mean, we're not maxed out, it's just we put a budget plan together based on what, but obviously that
Right.
budget
'Cause
can
it's-
change
It's 571,000
based on direction.
for,
for this,
for the bolded ones.
for the bold. Yeah.
Right, if you add any of the non-bolded, then you would add to that.
Could we bolden, playground equipment and lockers for Baker? And put it under ESSER?
If you're making that proposal, I'm happy to entertain it.
Well, I just want to make sure that we save enough of the ESSER funds to address whatever it is that we're going to need to address once we get back into school. Grades, testing, mental health.
We do have large chunks set aside for us.
So that doesn't take care of all of the funds. We'll still have a big portion.
There's still,
This is 500,000 of 16 million, am I right?
it's 15.
15.7 million, we're asking for half a year. If you add anything to that,
We just actually got our additional allocation of $349,000, which has not been allocated to anything, but can be allocated to this stuff. We have no specific plan for that at the moment, so there's $349,000.
Additional money you got because we spent, the first part of the ESSER, we spent 85% of it was spent on students, student materials, and not on material. And because we spent the first 85% of it for ESSER 1, we got an additional $75 per student, that's $387,000.
So there's
but now I think,
$350 that can be spent on maintenance stuff like this right here.
but I think it's necessary for me to say that we have Strode Station that's advocating strongly for playground equipment. You have Shear that's strongly advocating for
Are
playground
those, yeah, are
equipment.
those?
And
But
you
they're not
have,
here
you have
advocating in
Justice
person.
League, I'm sorry,
They're not here advocating in person.
that's true.
I'll never miss another board.
I'm just saying.
Even if it keeps you here till midnight, huh?
Well,
I mean, I know it's not, that's probably not the correct political thing to say, but, it makes you, you know, the principal shows up and it makes you know that they want certain things and they're engaged.
for like, when I look at preschool to, and of course I know that you don't want to do large projects there because you're going to be building a preschool, but I mean, resurface interior ramps, I mean, that probably sounds like it needs to be done, but it's not bold.
Well, preschool is now classified as a transitional school.
Okay.
Any dollar you spend on preschool has to come from your general fund.
Oh, okay.
And
Same
it looks
thing
6
with
to 12 months
Phoenix.
to get
Same
that
thing with
done.
Phoenix.
Huh?
Says 6 to 12 months to get that done too.
Yeah. But I'm just, you know, are they, is it where the rubber is starting to, I mean?
It is deteriorating. It's sinking.
Yeah, sinking. I mean, that's what I worry about, you know, I mean. And then, you know,
This is a lot of work to take place in summer. But
Yeah, it
you have
is.
a unique situation where you have ESSER funds and your beginning of the year where you can start appropriating your capital outlay, so you have opportunities. This is what the principals have asked you for.
so if you just do the ones that are bold, right, that are highlighted, which doesn't get your playground equipment
Or your lockers.
or your lockers, but is it pretty equitable for,
Chomping on his finger.
for every?
I'm thrilled to death just over the stipend. I just want you all to know that.
Does it accomplish what needs to be accomplished this summer if you just take the ones that you've highlighted? Or,
Well, there's a blacktopping line item on there. We're just recoding some of our blacktop that we did three and a half years ago. And we're on a 5-year process, so I'm good with that. There's only one other project that kind of sits in the back of my mind that I'd really like to see us do. And that's to blacktop the parent loop at Concrete, where they're over on the Aerocoat side. If we don't choose that as a preschool site, those parents stack four wide in that gravel lot that ruins their cars, and it's really difficult for that staff at Concrete to really mitigate the traffic coming through there. I'd really like to see that
That's not on here.
It's not on there. That's
Oh.
sort of my request.
Okay.
The school hasn't asked for it, but it's really needed.
Okay.
And I had someone pricing that out, but they didn't get their bids in enough time for me to get this on that list, so I didn't put it on there.
And are you pretty comfortable with these budgeted numbers?
I'm comfortable with them, but I think I've budgeted on the side of caution. I think it won't be as expensive, to be safe. Some of them are actual quotes. The bleachers went up about $7,000 at Campbell. I think 5,000 at Campbell, 6,000 at Baker. And that was a month and a half ago. I priced those, and they went up since then.
So how bad is your lockers?
Upstairs, they're in good, I think those are a little bit newer, but well, it used to be the fifth grade hallway now, they're bad. The upstairs, we could make that work.
So is this for all lockers that's in here?
No, I think it's for his downstairs lockers, which is, I think, what he was asking for. I think 120,000 is reasonable to do downstairs.
There was an upstairs section too, I think. Well,
Okay.
Yeah.
there's
Because
a
that's,
small section.
I think Ms. Constantine's right, if we do something with playground equipment, then
It's gonna.
every
trick,
school.
yeah.
But the lockers, that's not on everyone's list, so.
This closed the 2 clock systems that I think Mrs. Ritchie was advocating for, and Mrs. Considine to the
Yes.
2 schools.
Were they highlighted?
They are highlighted.
Okay. I mean, I could go with the highlighted area.
I'm agreeable with the highlighter with the lockers back
Adding the lockers. What about you all?
So you're wanting to do, all the amounts highlighted at the bottom. You're gonna be taking the 3.2 million, right?
No,
No.
there.
no, that 3.2 million includes the
Everything.
non-highlighted.
The non-highlighted, okay.
That's a total for all of them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So we're looking at,
We don't,
What is the total?
we don't know.
it would be 690 for ESSER if we put the lockers on
Yeah,
the
you would,
ESSER.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you'd add those 6 columns, and that would be the total of all the projects.
Okay, yeah, because it's over $1 million, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Because
I-
I
well,
added those and it didn't add up to the 3 million last week,
That's
remember?
correct.
And I said,
I do remember
I
that.
only got $1 million something.
Yeah, I do.
So it
remember
is
that.
$1 million,
Okay, so you're just taking columns,
You want me to read the numbers to you?
like 11,571, 165, 112, 7,000.
And really, the only thing coming out of capital funds on this is the 349.
The
That's
349.
correct. You have a little over 100,000 still left in that.
Yeah.
And all of those that were out of capital outlay were bold, right?
That's correct. Anything I have in the columns to the right of the total figure were all bold. Other ones I didn't I didn't put anything in those columns.
and 165 out of the general fund, right?
That's right.
And that's doable.
That's in our, okay.
Last summer, we did closer to 400,000 out of the general fund.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll make a motion to approve summer project list as presented, with the addition of lockers at Baker.
You
The
better
bold.
be,
The
you
bold.
better.
No, it's
you better-
presented, it's bolded.
Okay, but
What-
let's make sure.
The bold,
The
Well,
bold.
the whole thing is presented.
presented,
There's
the bold numbers presented.
Why don't you, can
That
you give
all-
us a total?
Did we give you a total?
It's
Yeah,
a mil-
I
yeah,
feel
it's
better.
over $1 million, I know.
Now, Beard, you can say not to exceed, because these
Yeah,
are,
not to exceed.
See,
Yeah,
Let's do it that way.
Alicia, look at her, she's.
yeah, give us a
Thank
total.
you.
Hold on.
I don't have the new version of this printed
You want to start bringing calculators.
I know, I can't do my
You
phone.
said not to exceed, did you set a dollar?
No,
Yeah.
we're
Oh,
adding up,
we're going to modify.
but you're gonna add the lockers.
The lockers at Baker. which was 120.
And you think you can put that in the ESSER funds?
That's what, based on.
That's what we tried.
You feel
Okay,
comfortable
so
with
those
that?
I do.
add up to
At the
one
pearly
million,
gates, you
two
feel
I think Josh has a
$10,942.
logical.
1,216.
Yeah, I think.
942 plus what was the lockers?
120.
120.
You'd rather have that than the
So
playground?
1,336,942.
1,3.
1 million, three,
Or lockers.
three what?
1,3.
1,336,942.
So about 10% of the general, 10% of the total project.
Okay. So let's modify, make another stab at this. So, make a motion to approve summer project list not to exceed 1.336942.
That's, yes, what all those columns are.
And for, those columns listed in bold, will the summer project list be approved plus, Baker's lockers? Does that seem anyone else? So there's a motion on the table.
I second.
There's a second by Ms. Considine.
Everybody's like classy.
Yeah.
I
All-
think, go ahead.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 4-0, pass.
I think I got, one night about close to midnight, I was here, and instead of getting tile, I got rubberized floor for classrooms, because I was here.
That's right. That
Shut up,
was
baby. Got rubberized floors instead of tile, but it was almost midnight,
Well.
and I stuck it out. And the board said, you know what, do you want the rubberized tile? And I was like, I do, and they go,
There you go.
it's almost midnight.
Yes?
Ms. Johnson, if you had worn slacks, could you got that playground?
Yes,
It would've been close.
it was the shorts. I couldn't really have eye contact with you, Mr. Mouse, because of the shorts.
All right. All right, let's,
If the board does not choose the old Aero Coats building site for a new preschool, would you be in objection to be coming back to you next month and talking to you about blacktop on that location?
I would not have an
oh, yeah. I mean, let's put it on the agenda.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're on, item 11, consider approval of preschool site.
Sorry,
Mr.
Mr.
Stubbs?
Brookshire.
Okay, next item?
Yep.
Preschool location, your architect firm has prepared a presentation for you considering the three sites, I think we're looking at.
Yeah, we're looking at 3 sites, so good evening. We're gonna go through 3 different sites that the district already owns. We're gonna refer to those as Site A, which is the site next to Concrete, which is the Air Quotes building that Donald was referring to. Site B is the property that the district owns directly behind Short Station Elementary School. And then Site C is the property that the district owns on US 60. So if you could go to the next, in general terms, I'm actually going to just walk over here. So obviously Winchester, Site A is the site next to Concrete. Site B is directly behind Short Station Baker. And then Site C is a large piece of property that the district owns on US 60. Go to the next one. We're going to focus in on Site A first. Go to the next one. So Site A is 9.54 acres adjacent to Concrete there. So a few things that we look for when we look at a site. First of all, we want to make sure it's not in a floodplain, because Katie's not going to let you build in a floodplain. None of these 3 sites are in a floodplain, so that's good news. This is the smallest site. It's 9.54 acres. As far as utilities go, all utilities are readily available. We've got power, we've got data, we've got gas, we've got sanitary, and we've got water at this location. If you go to the next slide, looking at the 2018 to 2038 comprehensive Winchester plan, it's anticipated that there's going to be commercial development along Veterans Memorial Highway. Across the road there would be commercial light industrial. Directly adjacent to the east, there's planned future neighborhood, and what's existing is commercial. There's the Harry Gordon steel fabrication plant there currently. Next, so Just preliminarily, we, on all these sites, we threw a building footprint, not really a footprint, it's more like just a gross square footage of a building, what it might look like. In worst case scenario, we put 53,100 square feet. That's the absolute maximum that Katie would let you build. Our building's not gonna be quite that big, I don't think. And then they threw in a square footage for parking that accommodates about 50 spaces. And play area, playgrounds obviously are gonna be super important with the preschool facility, so that takes up space around the building. It's also important to know that a preschool building is typically gonna be a single-story building because every classroom has to have a direct door to the exterior, which pretty much precludes us from having a two-story building. So that's completely a one-story building on the site. A couple things to note about this site. You've got an electrical substation that's on the backside of the site, and there's an easement access road that goes along this. And then the bus loop that was actually developed a few years back kind of cuts that part of the site off. And this is a really kind of large berm that hides the substation pretty well, but makes that part of the site pretty unusable. So that basically leaves the area that's kind of in between the bus loop, Mount Sterling Road, and then Concrete, and then the property line that separates you from the commercial development. One of the things to keep in mind is the district does not own this property directly adjacent to Veterans Memorial, so that is zoned commercial, so somebody could come in and develop whatever there. So that's a concern as far as potential adjacency. So when you look at that 9.45 acres, only about 6 acres of that, 2/3 of that is actually usable for the building kind of within that space. It's a really tight site, and we already know that Concrete uses a lot of this area up here that's already partially paved for parent stacking, so that's another pressure that's on this particular piece of property. Next slide. We started to list some pros and cons just from our perspective. So pros, it's adjacent to your existing school, so you got Concrete Justice right there. It's on that campus, if you will. Proximity to the bypass, you got easy access to get onto Veterans Memorial, easy access to get on Mount Sterling, and then it's easy access to obviously get onto the interstate or throughout as far as bus traffic, parent traffic goes. Existing utility infrastructures, as I mentioned, all the utilities are already on that site. Cons, you got the potential commercial development that could occur between your property and the bypass that you really have, Veterans Memorial Parkway, that you really have no control over. It's least amount of space. Again, it's 9 acres total, 9.5, but only 6 of it's really usable. And then you've got existing development on this site. It was an Aerocoats building. It's got stuff we're going to have to deal with. As a matter of fact, I think if you go to the next slide, there's some photos there. All these are kind of photos of the building slab that's there. Some other things, that's utility substations on the back of the property. And then that's a view looking behind Concrete with Justice in the background, just to kind of give you some context. So that's that site. Anybody got any questions? All right, site B is the one directly behind Strode Station. Next one, please. Thank you. So this is larger. It's 12 acres. It's undeveloped. It's completely farmland currently used for agricultural use. It's not in a floodplain. It has all utilities readily available: power, data, gas, sanitary, water. If we go to the next one, looking at this compared to the 2018 to 2038 comprehensive plan, the area surrounding this is all planned with neighborhood. And obviously, this aerial isn't current, but there's 2 more streets already right here. One very well developed, and the other one is far along. So that's that. A note here, looking at this, there would be a potential opportunity to develop 2 entry or exit points. Obviously, you've got the drive that comes through Educational Plaza to gain access, and then you've got the residential road down here to potentially gain access to, like was done at Strode Station, and the bus loop was extended over to that street.
Is that bottom, is that the street that they're building, the new there's a new neighborhood that's being built
Yes.
right now? Yeah, right
There's,
there.
there's another street here that's already well developed, and then there's a
Another
second
one.
street that's under development right now.
And is the intentions they're gonna continue to go back there?
They are, they've already got the next, they've already bought the next set.
Okay,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, ultimately,
They'll be surrounded.
this whole area is planned future neighborhood development. Who knows when that might happen? So if you go to the next slide, again, just for the context of understanding the scale of the site, you know, that's the same footprint as far as the size that goes, that we saw on the other site, along with the parking and the playground. Again, those are not meant to be building footprints or design, just trying to give you some context there. A couple things to note here, just looking at the contours, there's a ridge that goes along the site, and then it slopes off pretty steeply in this direction. There's about a 40-foot grade difference between the highest point in the site and the lowest point of the site. On this side of the site, which is where the neighborhood development are, there's a couple of interesting geological features. There's a sinkhole that is here. You can visually see that. And then there's another low depression over here that's most likely a sinkhole, and that is draining across the site over to an area here that's actually a spring. We suspect those are connected underground. So just a note that there are some geological interest going on there. Not that you wouldn't find that on any particular site. Those are just visual at the surface. As I said, 12 acres. This is a much more usable site. It probably has about 8.5 to 9 acres that are actually usable, so about 75% of that site. And next slide. Pros, it's adjacent to existing schools, so again, similar to Concrete. You've got 2 other schools at this facility, and this would kind of create a campus. You've got neighborhood development that's going to happen, is happening on one side, potentially going to happen on multiple sides, so there's a lot of potential neighborhood connectivity. You've got existing utility infrastructure readily available. Cons, there is a pretty good grade change, as I mentioned, and you've got those existing geological features that I also mentioned. And the other concern here would be the traffic load that's going to happen in this cul-de-sac right now that is Baker and Church Station and this potential third facility. And then a few pictures of this site. It's all agriculture. It's a beautiful site. It has nice views from it. These are a couple of those features. This is a sinkhole right over there. And then this is that depression where it's holding water. It's not draining, so it's going somewhere. But other than that, it's a really gorgeous site. And that's Strode Station. And then the third one is location C, which is the piece of property that the district owns out on US 60. It is a larger piece of property, 23.22 acres. It's currently used for agricultural use. Let's see. Oh, wrong page. Go ahead and flip forward, please. So again, looking at the 2018 to 2038 comprehensive plan, this is all planned for future development. Who knows when or if, how long that would ever occur. But that is a planned development that would occur around that. And just for reference, this is obviously US 60. The gas company is this building right here. And then this is actually the neighborhoods that are on the opposite side of US 60. So of this 23 acres, a large portion of that is usable. Probably about 18 to 19 acres of that is completely usable. It's a beautiful site, quite honestly. Let's see, the next slide. Again, so just looking at those same footprints, if you put a building on here, you look at parking, you look at a play area, you can see, that there's plenty of space in this particular piece of property. If you look at the yellow one, to accommodate that, potentially even accommodate that, and if you wanted to master plan future development, there could be another potential building built on this site in the future, potentially. I'm not sure, there's a pond here. The property line actually goes directly through the pond. So the gray area is kind of, and maybe took a few liberties, but if we could propose maybe changing the outline of that particular property so it either went deeper into the site or actually went further, running east-west, so that it either captured that pond or excluded that pond from the property. Site utilities are a little bit of a challenge here. Water and gas are on the opposite side of US 60, so we would have to go underneath the street. Power's readily available, data is readily available. Sanitary is not. Sanitary stops at the hospital across the road and is about 4,000 feet between the last manhole and this particular piece of property. So that would be a neat, and Brian's got an update on that apparently.
There's actually a privilege fee on this side of the road. There's a trunk line sewer that runs from Shoppers Drive behind, under the Elks, behind Perry Brown, and was designed to, because that side of the road is in the Stroh Station watershed section A. All the water that flows from that will have to go to that privilege fee. It was approved by WMU in 2014. It was about a $400,000 to $600,000 project. That's already been installed. You have to pay the developer your proportionate share of that cost, plus potentially interest for up to a period of 7 years for that particular one.
Okay. That is not information the WMU shared with us, or?
All I know is that the trunk line sewer went through and it covers everything on the left-hand side of the road for that acreage that the Norton's developed.
Okay. So it would have to go extended through the Norton property to this particular piece of
And
property?
it currently extends into the Norton property right now. It goes behind Thornberry's, Perry Brown's,
Yeah.
Miss Gay Pace's on that side of the road.
Right, okay. Let's see, what else? I think the next slide is kind of the list of pros and cons. Again, the lot size, this is a larger piece of property. It's much more acreage that could be developed, so there could be future development. The surrounding area is planned to be future neighborhood development. How long that takes, I don't know. Proximity to Lexington, this seems like a really convenient potential stop on somebody's commute from Winchester to Lexington, potentially. Or maybe not. If you're actually coming back to Winchester, you have to go out there and come back, so I guess that could be a con as well. Existing utility infrastructure with the comment about the sanitary line. Cons, this would be an isolated facility, not adjacent to the other educational facilities like you have in the other two pieces of property. We talked about the sanitary, and then site accessibility. US 60 would need to be addressed, so we'd have to work with the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet to determine what needs to happen as far as establishing a dedicated left-hand turn lane, right-hand turn lane going into this particular piece of property, and if that would actually be a light or exactly what that would be. But that's something the Transportation Cabinet would have to look at if this was the chosen site to move forward. And I think the next one is just picture of this site. It's all agricultural. Again, it's kind of wide open. There's a couple of spots on it that have a stream, but otherwise it's wide open agricultural. And if you go to the next one, just for comparison's sake, to give you the scale, these are all at the same scale. This was site A, which was the contract site at 9.5 acres. This is site B, which is the Stroh Station site, which is 12 acres. And this is site C, which is the US 60 site, which is 23.25 acres. And I think that the next slide is just a question.
So the building that you put on that is the largest that we would need. So you've
The
shown it in
53,100 square feet is the absolute largest that KD would actually let you build for this facility. So that's what we wanted to show, was the biggest footprint that you could build, but it will be a little less than that. And we just wanted to show worst case scenario.
So is there a recommendation that you all are willing to just present?
Well,
or-
I think, my personal opinion, the Concrete site is too small to develop for the preschool, just based on the, it's 9.5 acres, but only 6 of it's really usable. And that's really gonna be tight to develop a building and the associated playgrounds and the parking and the separate bus loop and the separate pedestrian, or the separate car traffic that needs to occur, not to mention the impact that that would have on Concrete as far as Concrete using some of that space as the parent. So I think Concrete, my personal opinion, Concrete is a too small of a site to develop the facility that we're looking to, with 350 kids to start with and expandable to up to 450. The other 2 sites, I think, are both well developable. I think it might come down to a question of, do you want the preschool site, do you want the preschool close to your other facilities at Strode, adjacent to Strode and Baker? Because there could be, some benefit to having a preschool adjacent to Strode as far as, shared development of bus loop and stuff like that. Or, out on US 60, it's a beautiful piece of property. The school would be by itself out there, which may or may not, it's only, a mile down the street here, so it's not like it's that far away. So, my personal opinion, I think it comes down to between Strode and the US 60 site. And I don't know what your all's thoughts are, but I think there's a lot of benefit to having that adjacent to some of your all's existing facilities.
That's such a traffic nightmare. It is a nightmare. That would be one thing I would say would be hard to do in that neighborhood, I would think. Can
They
the
would not be
burn,
getting out at the same time though, right? I mean, when does,
It's Mrs. One right now.
do that?
still such a busy area. The burn that's at Concrete, that site, can that be cut down at all?
The berm between the bus lane and the substation, is that what you're talking about, the electrical? It absolutely could be. It leaves you some space, not a whole lot of space, could potentially be developed as parking or, some other service component, I would think. Because obviously you're not gonna put anything associated with the preschool across the bus,
Right.
bus road there, but, it could be parking probably.
Could you share a playground at all with, the Concrete?
No, preschool requires their own dedicated playground. Even in an elementary school setting,
You have to have
there's a separate preschool playground that's separate from the rest of the elementary school.
Huh.
And I'm assuming that's true of Justice, I haven't paid that much
Yes.
attention to it.
Well, the commercial development possibility of Concrete concerns me a
That
little bit
worries
as
me,
well.
because you don't know what's gonna come in there.
Yeah, just the unknown. The sinkholes at Strode, is that any concern for the building site?
Yeah, it is, and we would want to do some more geotechnical investigation to kind of figure out what the extent of that was. But it's not uncommon to have sinkholes in Kentucky, and that's why we're known for our cave system, especially as you move toward western Kentucky. And we deal with sinkholes on a pretty regular basis, and that's not uncommon that we couldn't deal with that and mitigate those sinkholes. But they're visually apparent from
Right.
the,
You
from
can
the
see with your
surface.
eyes, yeah.
Yes, there may be sinkholes on the US 60 property that aren't apparent until you start doing earthwork, and then they become apparent, which is often the case, quite honestly.
But those sinkholes can be identified for
Yes.
construction.
We would do a geotechnical exploration where they drill holes, and there are also some electrical, I'm not gonna use the right terminology because I'm not a civil engineer, but there's other methods that they can use to kind of map those underground issues and kind of determine the extent of those, and then they can be mitigated during the construction process.
Well, all the acreage out on US 60, I don't know what the future lies, but, I mean, that could be used for some other bigger schools than preschool.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, it's 23 acres.
did you or Randy have a chance to talk to Mr. Christie about rerouting Baker's traffic for parents through the property we own near the bus road?
No, we haven't. You purchasing that property, possible purchasing property?
I'm just looking at what we already own and rerouting that parent.
Yeah, no, we haven't spoken about that.
Mr. Stunt, Mr. Christie, anybody have a recommendation?
I certainly agree with the Oakville side being too small now, considering a 450 student facility being signed for that in the future. And what that might hold for preschool or even some partnership with elementaries on some kindergarten classrooms. But I like the Stroh Station site. I love the opportunity or the excitement about coordinating with Stroh Station School and even Baker School and having students come over and participating in reading and interacting with preschoolers. I really like that idea. And I also like the Route 60 site. If we were to have a new elementary school at some point in the future, having that and that preschool on the same site, I think would be pretty exciting as well. So, but I think my preference, I lean more toward the Stroh site.
Yeah, the only drawback on Stroh that I see really is the
The
traffic.
sinkholes.
Well, and the
And
sinkholes.
the sinkholes,
Well,
the traffic.
Yeah, sinkholes and traffic.
There's roads, proposed roads that's gonna go through and come out of 60.
I'm sorry?
There's proposed roads to go through there, come out of US 60.
Oh, okay.
From the development.
From the, okay.
I do like a school in, I do like a school in a neighborhood atmosphere. I do.
Community school.
It'd just be weird.
The other thing is out of concrete,
Yeah.
at the concrete site out there, the air codes, if you use that and on such a small site, you're gonna lose your traffic flow for
For
concrete. You lose
concrete,
that,
yeah.
you're up.
Where would they go?
You're up, you're gonna have traffic backed up on the bypass. There's 250 to 350 cars there that were dismissed under normal conditions, and we haven't had that this year. Under normal conditions, there's over 300 vehicles go up there every day. If you don't have that property to stack cars on, they're gonna be backed up all the way up to the bypass. Stroh, it will give you an opportunity to do a combined bus loop to service both schools. Stroh needs some improvement on their bus loop up there. This is an opportunity, if you build up there, it will be an opportunity not only to build a preschool, but to improve on Stroh's bus loop. And I think there's had this conversation even in the past, and again tonight, there may be some potential for it, because all that property for site, for those two sites, Stroh and 60, that's all one farm right there. It's owned by the same person. There may be some potential for taking a little bit off that property out there, maybe to move it, take an acre or two off of that to get out of the way of that pond, leave them the pond short, lessen that property there and increase the Stroh Station a little bit. So I think there's opportunity.
So you're saying the property on 60 can possibly connect to the property
It is the
behind
same
Stroh?
farm.
It's up,
Same farm.
but we don't own.
We don't own in between, but it's the same.
How far?
Both pieces of property set on the same farm. It's all one farm.
How far is the how far are we away from our property?
As a crow flies, probably less than a mile.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably 3/4 of a mile away from Stroh over to that piece of property.
Huh.
And what Paul was alluding to, future development, and I don't know how this is all gonna take shape, but there was proposed that road continue and go through a neighborhood and connect back somewhere. I'm not sure where that was, over at US 60.
Out there around the town, water.
Yeah, so,
I think just put a preschool out there in the middle of the farm by itself.
I'll tell you too, Randy, we went through this with GRC. The road, the highway department will play a big part in this.
yeah, once you all, kind of give us some guidance on what you would like to see us pursue, our next conversations are gonna be with KDE. The good thing is you already own the property, so we're not going through a full-blown site selection process, but we will wanna present this information to KDE, because they have some minimum site requirements that we wanna make sure we meet. And then the next ones would be to have more detailed conversations with utility companies, and then engage in a conversation with the transportation cabinet about, especially if we're gonna develop on the US 60 site, what would be their requirements and approach to kind of putting that much traffic on US 60.
You'll have to put in a turn lane.
Turn lane.
You'll have to construct yours a turn lane both ways, just like you did
At
at
GRC?
GRC.
Yeah,
You have to put
I'd
all
say,
of it.
yeah, you'd have to put a dedicated left-hand turn lane coming from Winchester to turn left. And there would, I would suspect there's also gonna be a dedicated right-hand turn lane coming from Lexington side to turn in. So that whole area is gonna have to be widened there for some distance.
And that would be the expense of the district, wouldn't it?
Depends on what the state.
Actually-
They'll take that.
Except the KDE does not let you all build development on somebody else's property. So the way that's been handled in the past is we did it as part of the project, separated as an alternate, so we have a separate price for it, and then the transportation cabinet reimburses you for that cost. That's part of the conversation that we would have with them to make sure that
In
they're
doing
on
it,
board
they'll
with
limit
that.
you on the number of entrances you can have, and where they are, and they'll tell you, I mean, they totally control it.
And they'll tell you how long your left-hand turn lane has to be, and how long your right-hand turn lane has to be, and all that good stuff.
On 60, I would say it's gonna be long. 750 to 1,000.
I like the stroke station.
Me too. Any
Okay.
discussion?
I like the stroke station side.
I mean, right now, that makes sense to me, especially if there's a way to make another entrance out of there, the east traffic possible. Any more discussion? Motion, by anybody?
So what are the times for the preschool, for the buses to come in and out of that?
They drop children off at 7, they begin dropping them off at 7, between 7 and 7:30, and they dismiss right now at 1. But that can always be extended, that's really what it's called.
How does that compare with Church Station and?
Baker starts at 10 to 8, but Baker starts at 7:30. They dismiss at 2:30, so preschool could potentially be in and out.
But Strode requires everyone to come up Frontier Way and turn. They have all parents have to come up Frontier Way, and then they turn right into the Frontier Way exit of Strode. They go down the parking lot and then loop back around, and then they're required, the way it's set up with their things, they have to exit back on Frontier Way. So Strode Station, all of their stuff is on Frontier Way, all of Baker's is on Martin Luther King.
Well, the bus traffic's out back.
Right. Okay.
And how many kids ride a bus for the preschool? All of them?
Most of them.
Most of them.
Because they don't have transportation, there's not a parents who have transportation. But yeah, most of them ride buses, I'd say 60%.
So are they on their own bus, right? They can only be on,
Well, they can be on others, but we have a system set up where we transport preschool on their own buses instead of riding anybody else. But that's not a requirement.
And if we have them on other buses, we have to have a monitor with those
Yeah.
children too. Some of the county roads, we don't ride on other buses.
Good. Motion?
Might as well. I make a motion that we accept the preschool center at the Strode Station location. I kind of like the way that sounds,
Yeah.
Strode Station location.
Like Dr. Seuss.
Yeah.
So, we have a motion by Ms. Considine, do we have a second?
I'll second it.
We have a second by Ms. Hendricks. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
4-0. Passes. All right, the internal board business has been completed. Now I think we're on consent items from 12 to 14. Does anybody have any questions, want to discuss anything under the consent items?
I've got a form.
You have what?
At to pull them up. I don't think I do, honestly.
Okay.
That's okay.
I'm okay.
I'm okay. I'm good.
You good? Well, with that, I'll make a motion to approve consent items 12 to 14. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Ms. Richardson, second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
I make a motion to adjourn.
Did
Did you hear me, Arlene?
Wisconsin.
Loud and clear, right?
And I'll second that
Ms.
motion.
Hendricks, second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned at 11:27.
It's been a little.